Hi, I'm Nix, and this is a little visual novel called Butterfly Effect. It's a free game available on itch.io. I've got the link in the description, all that normal stuff. Um, it's one of my favorite things that I've read recently, and so I decided as a fun project I was going to dub the whole thing. This is not a traditional Let's Play in the sense that I'm not going to be providing any commentary. I'm just going to be reading it to you, so hopefully that's something that you enjoy. Not quite ASMR, but just some nice reading. Pretend it's a bedtime story, except it gets a little intense. One more thing before we start. This game does contain depictions of sexual violence. It's not pornographic, but if that is something that potentially triggers you or bothers you, please refer to the game's page that I have in the description and check out the developer's more complete content warnings so that you can decide for yourself if this is something that you want to experience. If it is, let's begin. So soft and fragrant. You're so cute. Oh, I'm in heaven. This angel is cradling my head in her delicate hands, looming over me with a serene smile on her plush pink lips. There's something heavy yet unspoken between us. That's fine by me. A girl this gorgeous doesn't need to be articulate to convey what she wants, what she needs. Her greedy hands coast along the bare skin of my shoulders. Her breath tickles my ear. I shiver, feeling the tip of her playful tongue taste the cartilage, tempted to take a shy nibble. Hey, Damien? Yes? What is it? Quit smiling like that. It's creepy. I don't think the girl of my dreams would say something like that. That's all it takes for the warm hand on my skin to feel cruel and unfamiliar as slender fingers migrate up the nape of my neck to the back of my head. With a sweet smile still plastered on her face, my perfect angel grabs my hair and yanks hard. Hot tears blur the scene before me. Everything is ruined. In the split second before my eyes open, I see a delicate, trembling, closed fist grasping torn-out tufts of hair and bloody scalp, and then long eyelashes, surprisingly smooth skin, and the musky scent of men's body wash? I let out an admittedly undignified shout and scramble backward on my rickety top bunk. The bed frame groans in protest, but is steadied by the person lazily hanging from halfway up the ladder. Did you pull my hair? What the hell, man? The cramped dorm is filled with the familiar sound of Marshall, my roommate, having a laugh at my expense. Good dream. Must have been to get you drooling and sighing like a lovesick puppy. In the middle of the afternoon, too. I reflexively wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, which makes him laugh harder. No drool. This prick just can't seem to resist messing with me. Unfortunately, he's the only friend I've made after almost 2 months into my freshman year of college. I'd say he's just as stuck with me as I am with him, but anyway, I gotta head out to class. You should grab whatever you'll need for the rest of the day when you leave. I have a date tonight, and you'll totally kill the mood if you have to sneak in and grab a library book or something while I'm working my magic. He doesn't seem to think that living together warrants any amount of common courtesy or general solidarity. It should probably annoy me to get unceremoniously kicked out of my own room so often, but I can't deny my begrudging respect for Marshall and his many conquests. If I can get her to come over and check out some DVDs, it'll turn into an X-rated marathon real fast, you know what I mean? Crudeness aside, I'd kill for his luck with girls. Ever since the start of the semester, they seem to come out of the woodwork for him. I'm not even sure I've seen him with the same one twice. Self-pity must be leaking into my half-awake frown, because Marshall scoffs. I guess you don't know. What else can you expect from a college guy who doesn't know what a sock on the doorknob means? Even if I had the words to argue with him, they would struggle to form as I simultaneously relive the first time I accidentally walked in on him with one of his dates. The only other person besides me that's seen Marshall's most intimate crevices up close is surely his primary care physician. He doesn't even seem embarrassed about it, which feeds my mortification like lighter fluid on a campfire. I let out an awkward cough, scrambling for a way to redirect the conversation. Why don't you ever go to their places instead? Is it some kind of pickup artist rule? Something about my question makes him narrow his eyes, as if unable to gauge its seriousness. First of all, stop trying to act like you know what a pickup artist is. You're embarrassing yourself. Second, those dorks don't have nothing on me. It's about the vibes, the energy. You ever see a girl throwing eggs at our window or crying on the stoop? Nah, man, it's 'cause I got flow. Those certainly were some words put together. Sounds like some real bullshit. Real? Yes. Bullshit? No. Hey, if you want, I'm happy to give you a tutorial. Show you some moves to get you on the on-ramp to Bone Town? Interested? Not even a little bit. Before I can go on arguing my case, Marshall hops down from his perch on the bunk bed's ladder and starts walking backwards with a dismissive wave of his hand. It's your funeral. Never say I wasn't nice to you. Marshall throws his backpack over one shoulder, turning to check his reflection on the small mirror mounted by the door with a focus that tells me this discussion has closed for the time being. Anyway, hit the bricks tonight so I can get laid. Don't come back early unless you want to watch again, you little sicko. I open my mouth to argue, but he's out the door before I can deny being any kind of sicko, big or small. I hate to admit it, but I feel a tiny bit of regret about turning him down. I shake off that regret like a dog shaking off fleas. Marshall can keep his parade of pretty girls dropping their panties at the sight of him. I'm holding out for something real, a connection. Who wants the kind of girl that'd give it up for Marshall of all people? I want the kind of girl who will listen to my stories, who will support me through the ups and downs of campus life, who will maybe even pack me an extra snack and a love note on exam days. Not that a nice rack on top of all that would hurt. Alright, no more waiting for my dream girl to fall from the sky. There's got to be someone on campus looking for a decent guy. Part 1. That being said, I have no idea where to start looking for that hypothetical someone. I'm only just now, a few weeks into my first semester, getting used to navigating the campus. To make matters worse, I have a new class to fit into my weekly schedule. I signed up for it at the beginning of the semester, but the session's only starting today. When was it again? 3 sweet tolls to stir me from my daydream. The bell announces with grand dispassion that I am officially late to Biolab. Shit. I run across campus, as quickly as my rapidly weakening legs and flagging stamina will carry me. Shit. Why did they make this place so goddamn big? I weave between loitering students clumsily as I make my way to and then through the halls of the Department of Science, scurrying up a narrow stairwell to the building's 3rd floor. The door to the lab comes into view shortly, and as I slow to a more polite jog, I attempt to catch my breath. To little avail. Am I really that out of shape? Well, at least if I come looking worse for wear, they'll know I was rushing. I try to push open the door and find, mercifully, it hasn't been locked yet. But approaching, perhaps to do just that, is a cold-eyed beauty. A majestically tall woman decked up in a burgundy coat and a white turtleneck that can't help but tease at the decadent figure beneath. She's a Corvette in all senses of the word. Every ounce of my willpower tugs at my steering wheel to keep me from careening directly into an embankment of staring slack-jawed. Sorry I'm late. I was running here and... Not necessary. Huh? You're just under the wire. Get here earlier next time. Yes, ma'am. Her stare is resolute, though her expression softens just a touch at the yes, ma'am. Is she the professor? She stands aside to allow me through the door, but as she does, Make way, dude! Behind you! Instead of heeding the warning, I stand like a deer in headlights, turning behind me to see the source of the rapidly approaching voice. I can almost hear the soles of her shoes squeal on the tile as she tries to stop herself from barreling into me at full bore like an undertrained pit bull. She does not succeed. Ow, 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 ow. Jeez, I hollered and everything. The weight pinning me to the floor quickly removes itself, and as I look up, I see the source of the voice dusting herself off. The hat-wearing girl who bowled me over is positively bubbling with a sanguine sort of charm. Lurking somewhere inside her cozy getup is a much denser and more dynamic body than she presents, evidenced by the raw energy of her tackle. I can't help but feel overawed. I must be looking at her like a dumb animal. In kind, she looks back down at me with a pitying expression and extends an arm to help me off the ground. I take hold graciously and attempt to right myself. She doesn't seem to actually help lift me at all. She remains upright as I pull myself up like an anchor. Olive, remind me what I told you about running to class? That I should set out earlier so I don't run through the door as it's closing, Vivian. And you didn't? No, ma'am. Do you have an excuse? No, ma'am. Apologize to him. The hat-wearing girl turns to me guiltily. Sorry about, straight-up bulldozing you, dude. Sir. Bulldozing you, sir. Better. The cold-eyed beauty's wrath seems to have abated for now, and the hat-wearing girl sighs in relief. It's no biggie. So, you're Olive? Oh, no, dude, Ollie's fine. Please, I'm Ollie. Oh, okay, Ollie. Got it. And you're, Miss Vivian, right? Or Professor Vivian? Just Vi. I'm not the professor. Oh, can I call you Miss Vi, if you prefer? I prefer Vi. Right. 0 for 2 on getting a girl's name right on the first try. I'll get there eventually. You're Damien Darwin, correct? Yep, no relation to Charles Darwin, sorry to disappoint. Her smile is slight and knowing. Did that joke actually work on someone for once? I did not assume so, Mr. Darwin. Oh, Damien's fine. Tough audience. You and Ollie were the last two in the course roster unaccounted for. Professor Walters has decided lab pairings are assigned by order of appearance to the first meeting, which makes you two our last pair. Aw, can't I be your partner, Vi? I will remind you that I am not taking this class, Ollie. Play nice with Damien. Okay. Maybe she's just shy, but she doesn't seem super enthusiastic about the prospect. Not that I blame her. Cute as she is, I'm also wishing Vi was my lab partner. Maybe both, simultaneously? The Professor Walters that Vi mentioned was a sleepy-looking man of late middle age. He was very happy to introduce himself and then immediately shift responsibility for going over lab equipment and safety protocol to Vi. Who exactly is the assistant supposed to be here again? Not that you'd know the truth with how thoroughly Vi covers the material. As she speaks, time marches on with a growing list of tools and protocols alongside. My head is swimming. It's going to be a long semester. After what must have been close to an hour and a half of this, Vi offers us some unstructured time to acclimate to the equipment. Walters indicates his approval with a tacit nod. Of course, no sooner does Vi stop talking than every piece of information she gave me leaks out of my ears all at once. Where the hell to start? I look over to my lab partner, wondering if she has any ideas. Yeah, that tracks. Paralyzed by choice, I hope. Something like that. She acknowledges my words silently and turns her gaze to my lab partner. Ollie. I got this, for sure I got this. I remember 100% of my science classes in high school. We're so good. That 1,000-yard stare does not inspire confidence, Ollie. They seem to have a pretty well-developed rapport for having seemingly met each other at the same time as me. Maybe high school friends? But Vi's the older of the two, surely. How's that work? While I ponder their relationship, it seems like their stare down has come to a proper standstill. I should probably say something. Actually, I'm a bit more of a hands-on learner. Could you go over the lab equipment with me again? Yes. Thank you for swallowing your pride. I assume you would like to follow suit, Ollie? No, ma'am. Like I said, I'm good. The two stare each other in the eyes for a long, awkward moment before Vi disengages to usher me over to the microscopes. When I look back at Ollie, she's watching me like a hawk. I hope she doesn't expect me to tutor her in kind. My secondhand knowledge isn't worth much. I spend the rest of the period being given a personal crash course on the ins and outs of the lab equipment. That was probably the most exhausting 3 hours of my life. My head hurts. My resolve wavers. My heart yearns for the warm embrace of my bed, or at least the cold embrace of one of my roomie's unattended beverages. But that very same roomie was certain to let me know not to come back to the dorm until after 9 p.m. I guess this is better than having to lose sleep to his escapades, but man, I really wish he'd go nail chicks somewhere else for a change. I'm never going to finish my FF7 replay at this rate. And if he nails anyone in my bed again, I'm bleaching all his polos. In my wandering fugue, I managed to arrive at the campus coffee shop, a weary warrior finally reaching sanctuary. This place was positively buzzing when I passed it earlier, but now the crowds have quieted down. Guess not a ton of people are going for coffee and half-stale croissants at 6 p.m. After placing an order sleepily and receiving it a few minutes later, I find a quiet corner seat and park in it. My only companions? A mocha latte in a dark red cup and an optimistically named Croque Madame nestled in a yellow paper wrapper. I guess out here, Croque Madame translates to lukewarm ham and cheese. Warm comforts, at least, and delicious. I can feel a fast friendship forming between myself and this sunset breakfast. Suppose I've got worse things to do than settle in for a while. But how to entertain myself? After some soul-searching tells me that entertainment isn't as important as starting the semester strong, I reluctantly choose to get started on my assigned readings. Biolab, with its lack of required studying, sounds like a dream, until the attached Intro to Biology course brings the nightmare. Its generously termed textbook is a little more like a murder weapon, some 600 pages of cheap paper stock crammed into a flimsy 3-ring binder, weighing about as much as my mom's dog. And it's horribly, awfully, terribly dry. Science is probably my worst subject. All the room in my brain that ought to have been reserved for basic chemistry and biology has been filled by video game trivia. Time slips away from me in fits and spurts as I struggle to replace my memories of Parasite Eve with a functioning understanding of the component parts of a cell. Man, this sucks. Real science would be more interesting if it had big scary monsters and killer babes. After a number of pages, I press the heels of my hands to my eyes and let out a sigh. Time to take a break before I stuff so much into my head it falls out of my ears. I furrow my brow as I gaze around the cafe and sip my coffee, annoyed at the amount of time and space currently between me and my bed. Only a few tables are occupied, and I watch each of them in turn. There's a table with a sunburnt bro waving his arms as he tells some sports story to his tablemate, a cute brunette who's surely only pretending to be interested. And further away, there's a table with a variety pack of nerds in various shapes and sizes, some kind of card game scattered on the table before them. One of them, a girl with blue hair, coyly smacks a painfully acne-spotted beanpole of a boy, and then giggles behind her hand. Furthest away, on the opposite side of the seating area, two girls quietly enjoy a coffee together, their backs to me. Their words spoken too softly to hear, I see their fingers gently intertwine. And then a tender kiss, and a shared smile after. Tooth-rotting sweetness, enough to bring a lonely boy to his knees. Fuck, man, that could be me! I could be one of those girls, or with one of those girls, whichever! And just like that, Marshall's fleas are climbing all over me again. Why him, and not me? Why all of them, and not me? Why am I unable to emerge from my boyish chrysalis and become a man? I'm nice! I shower! I'm an all-around stand-up guy. All I want is love, romance. I can't take it any longer. The emptiness in my soul when I see happy couples multiplies fourfold every time I'm forced to witness it. If this were a TV show, this would be the moment I'd stand up, jump on the table, and yell, I need a girlfriend like I need breath in my fucking lungs. But I ball all that energy up and roll it out into a long, withering sigh instead, letting the static charge building in my lungs scatter fruitlessly. I suppose I'm still feeling worked up from that dream earlier, but I've had no luck putting the thought to bed, the want. I'm struck with a loneliness, so overwhelming that science must not have a name for it yet. A yearning that has me imagining filling that hole with, maybe Ollie? Our lab partnership feels just a little kismet, like it was meant to bloom into something more, and she seems like someone who knows how to have fun. Or maybe Vi. She seems fond of me, like there might be some gravity pulling us to each other. And she's certainly abound with charisma, among other things. Idly nursing the cold dregs of my coffee, I look up at the clock, just shy of 9 p.m. I managed to waste damn near 3 hours feeling sorry for myself without the faintest idea of how to turn my dreams into reality. Clearly, this can't go on. I hate to admit it, but I think it's time to swallow my pride. You had me worried. I thought you were going to fess up to something serious. This is softball. Loosen up. The burden of my life and my greatest nemesis is oddly receptive to being asked for advice. Must be in a good mood. Or maybe he feels he owes me one. In either case, it probably has something to do with the disarray of my bed sheets. Listen, this is simple, okay? Get over here, let me tell you a secret. He crosses one leg over the opposite knee, then holds his arms out expectantly. I'm not sitting in your lap. Boring. Problem 1, by the way. Second problem, basically, is that you're a huge dweeb. Go fuck yourself. Okay, defensive. I get it, the PS2 is cool or whatever. But I know that's not what's in your heart. The siren song of the PS2 is distracting you from your goals, your manly desires. You think? Stay with me here. There's a club fair tomorrow. Go do something new. Live a little. You're not bad looking, alright? You just need to adjust your attitude. Your mindset. Listen, girls don't want pussies or kittens, they want tigers. But you don't gotta be an actual tiger as long as you pass for one to the girl you're trying to lift. Get me? Square your shoulders. Fake it till you make it. You're in the prime of your life. Sure. Good. Find a star and ride it. I don't want to see you back here until nightfall. You really think it'll be that easy? No, but one of us is getting lucky tomorrow, so I'm gonna need the place. Till about... Again? A club, huh? I look down from the 3rd floor while the professor drones on about something or other. I'll catch up later. Anything off the syllabus isn't my problem. Students mill around setting up posters and tables. A few cursory notes are played on a trumpet. The chatter floats upward and in through the slightly open window. I can just barely see some of the booth names. Marching band, student government, sororities and fraternities. I always wondered what kind of guy I'd be if I joined up with one. My stomach is a little weak for it. Ahem. Today's the club fair. A cappella, improv comedy. I mean, I could have a hidden talent. Cycling? I rode a bike once. You students are at such an exciting time in your lives. Get out. Cooking? That sounds like it'd be full of cute girls. Something new. Yeah, this is exciting. Anime? Sure enough, right as the lecture hall door swings shut behind me, the hand-painted anime club sign shines into my eyes. A CD player sings a lively tune. I try to walk past. I really, really do. This isn't the way I want to start my sparkling new adult life. No more bootleg DVDs in the basement with my boys. There are just some things people grow out of, you know? And then I see her. At first, I think her voice is what catches my attention, but it's so much simpler than that. The girl manning the anime club booth is enticingly colorful, bordering on gaudy, but she shows just enough restraint to avoid crossing that line. She has the aura of someone that tried a little too hard to get attention in high school and has since found a balance that appeals to some innate masculine chemistry happening inside my body. Naturally attractive, but meticulously adorned with girly accessories. A peacock that picked all of her own feathers. Or, like, a sexy Christmas tree. Oh god, her pretty smile is making me stupid. This requires a tactical retreat. I need to go breathe into a paper bag for 20 minutes, before even considering... Her eyes meet mine. I close my jaw several seconds too late. Oh, hey. Shit. No, I mean, Hori, hello, sorry? This is Anime's fault, somehow. Okay, so this is Anime Club. Do you like anime? Do I say yes here? But anime is for nerds, but I'm a nerd. No, now I'm not one. I'm a romantic superstar who only likes trying cool new stuff. No. I mean, yes. Wrong answer, dipshit. This is the Anime Club. Oh yeah? Name 3 anime. A bead of sweat drips down my spine despite the cool air. I say the first thing that comes to mind. Golden Boy, GTO, Cutie Honey. Whoa. What are you, some kind of ancient pervert or something? You don't get it. The plot. Whoa, Rainy, baby, don't chew up our new members right away. Sorry about her. She's a little shy around new people, right? Hold on, don't suddenly pretend to be shy now. Welcome to the Anime Club table. I'm your delightful club vice president, Gabrielle. And this is your delightful normal club member, Raine. Nice to meet you. I'm Damien. So, Gabrielle and Raine. Can I call you that? No. Why are you the one answering? Pfft. I might have overlooked this girl entirely if she hadn't jumped in to demand my nerd credentials, but I'm glad I didn't. Posted up behind the club's table with a sketchbook, Raine has a wallflower charm that complements Gabrielle's carefully manicured flair. Her subdued laughter, the way she uses the hand cradling her pencil to cover the ghost of a smile threatening to curl the corners of her lips. Yeah, she's not bad. Brimming with potential, one might say. A little on the short side, but who wouldn't go for a petite girl? Slender, waifish perhaps. Then again, she could be hiding some lethal curves under an outfit like that, but could lack the confidence to flaunt them. Or, if she's flat, one of my friends once said, when you hug, they're closer to your heart. I'm a boobs guy myself, but far be it from me to write someone off just for that. There's something erotic about imagining the whole thing fits in your hand. Feels masculine in a caveman kind of way. Not that I've felt any yet. A frame small enough that I could just throw her on the bed and slip my hand under... Wait, maybe she's not even wearing a bra? That being said, let's not overlook the most important detail here. She's unassuming. If I wanted to follow Marshall's advice, I would judge Raine as being the best balance between attainable and desirable that I've encountered so far. A girl squarely in my league. Now that's an enticing prospect. Hello? Did you have a question? I'm shaken back to reality. So, what do you ladies do in this anime club? Oh, a ton. We usually meet on Wednesday evenings to watch a rotating anime, but right now, all hands are on deck for a little con we run every year around Halloween. Small but mighty. Kids' parents even drive them in from a few hours away, you know? I'd call us in the top tier of college cons. We have talks, vendors, karaoke, a maid cafe. Maid cafe? Yeah, you know, like, welcome home, master. Let's do a magic spell to make your food taste better. Except, you know, we're Americans, so it's mostly coffee and cookies. But they're good. And I make all the uniforms myself. They're super cute. Look, here's a photo from last year. She pulls an album from the table and flips it open. Pretty neat, huh? I deserve an Academy Award for keeping my expression tuned to neutral interest as this book of delights is served to me like a gourmet meal. I've seen pictures of maids before, obviously, but it immediately occurs to me what's so different about this time. It's a real girl. One sitting right next to me. one who could be wearing this while sitting right next to me. She has to know what this is doing to me, right? It's devious, but I love it. Gabrielle is a natural when it comes to bringing the fantasy to life. The camera loves her. Raine, well, she's not actually in the album, but a man can imagine, can't he? I flip to the next page and pretend to give everyone in the photos an equal amount of attention, but no one else is on her level. Pausing on a picture where Gabrielle has her hip cocked to the side, she grins and throws up peace signs with both hands. The bottom of her uniform skirt is caught on something, and I swear to God I feel my pupils dilate at the flash of skin I spy between the top of her thigh-high stocking and the bottom of her fluffy petticoat. Could this be absolute territory? Wow, Gabrielle, that sounds so fascinating. I want to see it. I want to see it so bad. You got your inside and outside thoughts mixed up, stupid. A maid uniform would look good on you too, Raine. Oh, huh? I mean, you're wrong, but... I know, right? I've been telling her, this is the year. Last year, she left me all by my lonesome. But this year, I've even got far enough to get her measurements. Quit it. And look at you, are you blushing? You never do that when I tell you how cute you are. Anyway, we meet every Wednesday, which is today. And we're super short on manual labor. I mean, strong guys that want to help us set everything up. And maybe get a little maid cafe voucher, you know, as a treat. I'll think about it. I wander off into the quad, playing it cool. Gabrielle drives a compelling bargain. But it's not like I'll just throw myself at the first club that comes my way. Well, I didn't turn my back on my rosy normie college life, I bartered with myself. I'm just trying it out, seeing what sticks. It turns out most of the other clubs are pretty good at sniffing out whether you have experience or not. And the ones that don't, well, not exactly populated with the most sociable of people. Not sure why they bothered showing up to their tables in the first place. I had briefly considered joining the camping club, but they asked me where I like to hike. Got out of that one pretty smoothly, if I do say so myself. The show they're watching, not exactly my style, but the volume is low and a faint murmur of conversation fills the room. They don't seem to be bothered by the boy getting violently stabbed to death. And there are my recruiters. Jackpot. Gabrielle and Raine sit in the first row, conversing quietly. Gabrielle has a few notebooks open in front of her. Raine has what looks like a sketchbook. I work up the courage to slide into the seat next to her. Hey. Raine snaps her notebook closed. Whoa, relax, I'm just saying hi. Remember me? I'm from the fair. Drawing something? I didn't know you guys were artists. Keep your voice down. Don't be shy. Ow! She kicks me under the desk. You're disturbing the ambiance. A splatter of blood paints the screen that I had delicately been avoiding looking at. A man sitting next to the TV cringes and turns the volume down slightly. The ambiance. She takes a sip out of her thermos and looks at me coolly. The ambiance. The conversation lapses. Raine looks pointedly at her notebook, but doesn't open it back up. I'm working on a map for the con. My savior leans over Raine to show me her drawing. Her voice is beautiful, just above a whisper. Her breath smells faintly like green apple. We have this whole big theater to work with, and then this hallway of classrooms. A perfectly manicured nail slides down the paper. Pretty exciting, huh? Yeah. Want to join in, right? Well, we're having a bonfire this Saturday. You should come. Get to know everyone. The bonfire? Yeah, our first club party of the year. It's always a ton of fun. Pretty please? We could really use more volunteers for the con. Sure. I have absolutely no idea what I just agreed to. The way she's leaning over, shirt gaping at the front, well, it's got me thinking with a different head, if you know what I mean. Can you get off me now? I was so enthralled I hadn't noticed that Gabrielle had all but climbed into Raine's lap on her way to me. Rainey, sweetie, you wound me. Ugh. She turns around to smush Raine's face fully into her chest. I'm beginning to get the impression that Gabrielle isn't big on social cues, but right now I'm in favor of this. So you're joining us, right? Because you love setting up tables so much, right? Don't mind if I do. Wait, this is still about tables. She's still talking to me, but her attention is now squarely on Raine. Gabrielle has wrapped her arms around the other girl's head, muffling any protests with the pillowy cradle of her cleavage. Raine doesn't stop trying to peel away, though I notice she isn't exactly kicking and screaming. In fact, her ears seem to have turned red with embarrassment. I'm torn. This is a premium view, but I've never wanted to switch bodies with an unassuming shy girl so badly. Or ever? Have I wished that? This is frying my brain. Hardcore. Come on. Oh, shit. Her hand moves from the back of Raine's head to my shoulder. The light touch makes my head spin. Her radiant smile is the wind-up. Pretty please? Her doe eyes and thick lashes are the knockout punch. Yeah, sure. I love tables. TKO. Yay! Did you hear that, Raine? Ah. You lucky bastard. His spirited kick lands exactly where Raine's did. Ow. I'm not even mad that you ignored my advice. You went straight to the most desperate tier of the social ladder and hit a home run. She called you a pervert, and the other one showed you her sexy photos? Man, you are golden. I don't think that's how it works. That's exactly how it works. You're not starting off in the friend zone. You're starting off as a sexual being. And they still want you around. They're testing the waters with you. Now that they know your sick fantasies, they're going to be wondering what it feels like when you have those sick fantasies about them. Here's what you have to do. Go to a party together, or, whatever anime guys do. Go to the library, have a few drinks together, during or after. Then, whenever you can, touch her shoulder, her thigh, whatever. And if she touches back, strike while the iron's hot. One of them will be jumping your bones in no time. No, I'm not just looking for a hookup. Yeah, you're looking for love, right? That's what you keep saying. But listen, put that shit after. Unless you were two Catholics dating in middle school, hell, even then, the girl of your dreams is fucking someone else right now. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No woman is going to want a kissless, quick-shot virgin when there's another guy with exactly the same shit to offer who can make her come without an instruction manual. Understand? You make some points, but Marshall looks pleased with himself. Of course I do. What can I say? That's the power of experience. And I'm doing all this for free? Man, I'm such a nice guy. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Aren't we the same age? How the hell did he get into college if this is the only shit he thinks about? Anyway, I sense that nothing I say is going to change his mind. I file the advice away for later, just in case. A beautiful sunny Saturday. After leisurely sleeping in, I decide to spend the next few hours doing what every college student dreams of. Catching up on all the homework I put off during the week. How did it pile up so much? Well, let's not worry about it. Where should I go? No two ways about it. If you're going to study, it has to be the library. Somehow, it's both busy and quiet at the same time. The library paradox. Pretty catchy, actually. Might be a good name for a book. You think you're checking out a book, but you're also checking in a book. Useful thoughts like these dance around the various lobes and cortices of my brain as I consider where I'm going to park myself. There are private reading lofts in the upstairs part, but they're a little claustrophobic, and all the nice sunny spots by the windows are already occupied, as always. Do these people live here? And that's when I spot her, sitting in a reading nook off to the side, silently tapping away at a laptop, a large stack of complicated-looking books beside. The silky ponytail, the face so naturally pretty you'd think it was carved from marble, a knockout body that her choice of attire valiantly fails to entirely obscure. It could only be Vi. Her real name's nice too, but there's something about the concision of Vi that feels cute. I roll the name around in my mouth for a moment, letting it silently rattle against my teeth. Then I feel a strong desire to actually say her name aloud, so I slide over to a conspicuously unoccupied seat near hers. "Hey, Vi." Her iron-sharp eyes swing for my neck before delicately tilting upward to meet my gaze. "Damien." Her acknowledgement is short and soft, and her eyes return to her laptop screen without lingering. Urgent, sharp, and gentle, her voice is like a misericord. I could get used to hearing her whisper my name like that. "So, what do you—" She raises one finger from her laptop keyboard to her lips, and then looks at me again expectantly. "What is she—" "Oh, right. Library. Library." I whispered that, though the elegant finger pressed to her soft lips remains. "So what, Damien?" Her whisper is more insistent this time. "I am working, as should you." "Right, work. I technically came here to do that, didn't I?" As I go to retrieve a textbook from my bag, she returns to her work. Since she's here, I really should be studying my biology textbook. Show I'm taking it seriously. Could take lots of other things seriously. But I left it at the dorm. The thing's a brick. So instead, it's the book for Intro to Art History. I resent the me who signed up for the class. Probably not her speed at all. At least I actually brought a book. My eyes immediately glaze over as I attempt to absorb any information from the book. I wonder if I'm allergic. While my eyes glue themselves to the page, my other senses focus on Vi. My hearing focuses on the even sound of her breath and the steady tempo of her nails striking the laptop keyboard with delicate precision. I smell something gentle and citrusy. Is it perfume? Or her deodorant, maybe? It's soothing and clean. My mind's eye recalls with perfect clarity her finger pressed to her lips, as though it only happened moments ago. I wonder if her lips are as soft as they look. I wonder what they taste like. I wonder what it would feel like if... I snap back to reality when I hear Vi cough. I look towards her seat, but she's standing right in front of me, gaze cast down at the book sitting in my lap. Looking disappointed. Can she read my mind? Uh-oh. Hey, Vi, Her finger to her mouth. Mine closes in response. Good. The honey of her whispered praise melts clean through my ribcage, glazing my heart in gold. Focus on your reading. I will be focusing on mine. Saying this, she walks away and towards the exit, laptop and books poking out of a shoulder bag. I almost stand to follow, but the thin art history book in my lap suddenly feels like a lead weight. She did give me a direct order. Maybe this is her way of showing me some tough love? I spend the next few hours struggling in vain to internalize the names and works of romantic painters, wondering if she'll come back. She does not. Another Monday. I dreaded Mondays in high school. Who didn't? A weekend of adventures and getting into trouble, hanging out with your friends and dreaming of the future, sneaking whiskey from your parents' liquor cabinet and running around town until dawn, cruelly cut short by the school bell at 7:45. Just kidding. Mondays sucked because I inevitably stayed up until 4 in the morning on Sunday playing video games. The only hangover I ever got in high school was from staring at a CRT. Well, the past is the past, and now is now. I have to admit, it's nicer to walk through campus to class at 8:30 than it was to get carsick on a school bus at 6:30. I have plenty of time, so which way should I go? How about the scenic route? Morning hikes through the woods always looked fun on TV and movies and stuff. Who knows, maybe this is the beginning of my grand reinvention to some sort of rugged outdoorsman. It's nice, I guess. Good weather for it. Would hate to get caught out in the rain out here, though. Or in the dark. There's a pretty well-traveled trail, but it's not super defined beyond the wear of foot traffic and the occasional sign. But since most people headed for the library just catch the bus during the day, it's actually pretty quiet out here right now. Well, besides all that. Still, I didn't come to college to be in pensive solitude. I came here to be with people. Girls, especially. And, to get a degree I can spin off into a career, I guess. So I find myself wishing I had someone to talk to. Gabrielle or Raine, maybe? A walk through the woods with Vi would be nice. Or Ollie. Yo. Yeah, she'd say something like that when she saw me. Then we'd talk about... Whoa, you're here! I didn't hear her at all until she spoke up. She moves pretty quietly for being dressed how she is. Don't you have to be a super spy thief type in a latex catsuit to sneak up on someone like that? Think of the devil and she shall appear. Are you like a mind reader? Let's see. Think something for me, dame. Busting out pet names already? Damn, I must have made a good first impression. I hurriedly wave away the thought of Ollie wearing a latex catsuit under her clothes, and instead think about, walking down the sunlit forest trail hand in hand, in case she really is a mind reader. Oh, Damien, that's... You were thinking... Damn, Ollie's so cool, I bet she knows how to do every skateboard trick. Swing and a miss. Damn, that one usually works. Work? What's it supposed to do? It's supposed to make you go, wow, so are you a skater? Hey, I'll take a softball. Wow, so are you a skater? Well, my name's Ollie, isn't it? But are you? A skater, I mean? Nah, not a lick. I bet she's good with yo-yos, though, because I certainly feel like I'm being strung along. Maybe I should try to take hold of the conversation. Do a little tug of war? I don't know anything about yo-yoing. Oh, by the way, I'd been meaning to ask. What's up? You and Vi old friends or something? Seemed pretty familiar with each other. You noticed, huh? Yeah, I guess you could say that. We've been knuckleheads since we were kids. Or at least I've been a knucklehead and she's been like a normal head. Since you were both kids? I didn't realize your ages were that close. She's a lot more mature. I mean mature seeming. You're very spunky, she's very not that. Big sistery, you know? Yeah, I guess so. Great. I'm getting an early start to digging holes today. Let's see if I can find my way out before I fumble her instantly. All I mean is, you feel like someone my age, which is how a first year ought to be, right? But Vi seems kind of like she was born already 20 years old, you know? Sure. So it's, like, surprising. Is she some prodigy or something? Grad school at 21 kind of thing? Nah, she's been working through it at, like, normal speed, I guess. She's 25. Oh, how about you? 23. Man, my foot tastes great this morning. Can't get it out of my fucking mouth. Dropping down on my knees on the spot and cutting my own head off might be the play here. Come on, brain, come up with something to steer this conversation back onto the road. Damn, so you can, like, get booze whenever you want? Jealous. Can and do, lil' buddy. I tell you what, dame, you treat me to one of those Spency Cafe lunches sometime, and I'll purloin you a pack of peepers, the Ollie special. Or was it proffer? Profess? What's the P word for buying someone something? Purchase? Yeah, that's the shit. Why do I get the feeling she meant purloin after all? She seems pretty trickstery. Thankfully, this last desperate gambit to save the conversation appears to have worked. She follows me most of the way, then splits off into the woods, to... somewhere. She vanished before I had a chance to ask. Tiger, welcome back. Saw you walking with a hottie this morning. Huh? Oh, you mean you were headed to class then too? Why didn't you say hi? Not that I was desperate for human interaction or anything. Nah, dude, and ruin your mojo. Wanted to give you a chance, not steal your girl. That's a man's code. So, who is she? How'd it go? Well, I could have made something up, but the truth is I was feeling pretty despondent about my lack of social skills. Marshall might be loud, obnoxious, and a bit of a man-whore, but if there's one thing he has that I don't, it's people skills. So, here's the thing. And so I told him the truth. It was the most awkward conversation of my life. Dude, that was painful to listen to. You called her Kitty and then asked her age. Smooth. You asked her if she got held back while she was at it? Maybe her GPA or her IQ? Christ, dude. No, I didn't, thank you. Turns out the only thing worse than being disappointed in yourself is having the worst person in the world disappointed in you. He heaves a great sigh and slaps his hands down on his thighs. Okay, I won't say you've earned it, but every once in a while I reserve the right to give out a freebie. You're pathetic enough that it'll rub off on me if I let this continue, and then neither of us will do any rubbing off. Know what I'm saying? The key for you is gonna be... He spreads his arms like a conductor. Spray and pray. Sounds like something that'll get me arrested. One girl's too challenging for you. You gotta maximize your options. Talk to groups. Hone in on pairs. Girls travel in packs and you're the lion. Don't lions hunt in packs too? Holy shit, man. Just work with me here for a sec. Compliment the ugliest chick and make her friends jealous. Talk to the shy ladies and make them feel special. Then go party with the hotties and leave them wanting more. Girls, fundamentally, are whack as hell. They have all these interpersonal dynamics and shit going on. You don't have to understand them. You just gotta use them to your benefit. Say the right thing to the right chick while her friend's listening, and the friend'll get her tits out. Trust me. I don't trust you, even a little bit. And besides, I'm not just looking for the path of least resistance here. I'd rather find one girl I really bond with than a bunch of flings. Someone I can have an actual relationship with, you know? He rolls his eyes, but at least he doesn't point out that right now I'm not achieving either. Whatever, bro. My bed's gonna break by Christmas, all the action it's seeing, while yours ain't seeing nothing but wet dreams. Spray and pray, my virginal choir boy. Spray and pray. You talk to enough groups of chicks, one of them will find something to get them going. Just don't ask them if their periods are synced. Learned that one the hard way. He slaps me on the back before standing and grabbing his messenger bag. See ya. Even sex gods like me gotta hit the books now and then. Get all that cranked out of the system before I get back, huh? Speaking of, librarians are freaky as hell. He chuckles like an old man recalling a fond memory before leaving the room. I've never met anyone who sucks so bad. But as I sat alone in the dorm room that evening by the too bright glare of my desk lamp, trying to figure out how to reply to a discussion question on the terribly designed university intranet, I keep coming back to what he said. Talking to lots of girls doesn't actually sound like terrible advice. And the more people in a conversation, the fewer opportunities I have to screw up. Right? With that mildly reassuring thought in my head, I drifted off to sleep that night feeling a rare glimmer of hope. The world is a funny place. I came into college determined to shed my cocoon of geekery, to come into my own as a man who watches films and talks to girls at house parties, who slaps guys on the back and knows what a first down is. Well, here I am at my first college party, and it's hosted by the anime club. If you'd said anime club party to me earlier, I probably would have pictured a bunch of sweaty guys sitting around a computer monitor arguing about Ray versus Asuka while drinking Mountain Dew. The reality is unexpectedly normal. People are laughing and drinking around a bonfire. Sure, the music coming from someone's speaker is tinny, high-pitched J-pop, and there's more than the usual amount of sweaty neckbeards and graphic tees, but put that aside and it looks like any other college party. Not that I have anything to compare it to except what I've seen in movies, but nobody here has to know that. And more importantly than the neckbeards, there are girls here. Sure, some of them are overweight with frizzy hair and glasses, but even more are unexpectedly cute. There are even a few girls I'd normally call out of my league, but hey, again, this is an anime club party. There must be something that drags them down to my level. Near the fire, I spot Gabrielle and Raine. There are a couple of upperclassmen guys talking to them. Time to make my move. I'm sure they're annoyed by guys like that all the time. Hey, girls. Gabrielle turns and waves, but then looks back at the other guys. One of them, tall and bearded, is holding out a flask to her. It's good, I promise. Aw, you know I can't hold my alcohol. Come on, it's sweet, you'll like it. It's called umeshu. It's from Japan. Oh, well, if it's from Japan... She giggles and loops an arm around Raine's shoulders. I don't know, Rainey, what do you say? And here I thought that video about peer pressure to drink that they made us watch during orientation was total bull. I approach, summoning all the guts I can. Gabrielle takes the flask from the older student before handing it to Raine. You go first. Tell me if it's good. Or how about... She's trying, but she clearly doesn't know how to say no. It's all up to me. Umeshu? Sweet, can I have some? Without waiting for an answer, I snatch the flask from Raine and take a big gulp. The liquor is cloyingly sweet, and I cough and splutter. Dude. Wow, okay. She slaps me on the back a couple of times. It doesn't really help. Good luck, Gabrielle. I better go check on the fire. It gets much higher and that tree's in trouble. We still on for the arcade trip Tuesday? You bet. See ya. Gross. Huh? She's fixing me with a stare that I can't quite interpret. Oh, yeah, right? Seriously. Well, it's no big deal, I guess. I look from one to the other of them, bemused at their apparent telepathic communication. Or maybe this is just what girls talk like? They really are an oddly matched pair. Gabrielle is so friendly and chatty, but Raine seems too shy to get a word out half the time. I wonder if she ever feels overshadowed by her popular outgoing friend. I wish there was a way I could help her be more confident. I bet that underneath those glasses and baggy clothes, she's prettier than she gives herself credit for. You're staring. Sorry. I was just thinking, you two are pretty different. How'd you become friends? It was totally fate. She wraps her arms around Raine's shoulders and nuzzles her cheek into the shorter girl's hair. We were randomly paired roommates last year. Can you believe it? We didn't think we had anything in common. Rainie's always off in her own world, and I was so intimidated. But then we both showed up at anime club, and the rest is history. She's so cool. Like, a real artist. I keep asking her to draw me costume designs, but she's way more into drawing hot guys. I'm right here, you know. It's hard to tell in the firelight, but she might be blushing a little bit. Maybe she's embarrassed to have attention drawn to her good points like that. Anyway, mind giving me back that flask? I want to try it after all. I look down at the flask in my hand, considering. Gabrielle looks like she's ready for a fun night, but maybe if I encourage Raine to have some, she'll be able to loosen up and come out of her shell. And, well, now that I've had some, isn't that kind of an indirect kiss? What should I do? I hold out the flask to Gabrielle, but before she can take it, Raine swipes it with the speed of a striking rattlesnake. Whoa! She puts her lips to the neck of the flask and starts drinking in gulps, chugging like a desert traveler who's finally found an oasis. I stare in shock as she finally takes a gasp of air and wipes her mouth on the back of her sleeve. Rainey? I would have given you some. You didn't have to go that far. Raine finally comes up for air and wipes her mouth on her sleeve. I defeated it. For you. She tosses the flask on the ground with a clang. A club member scurries to retrieve it. Rainey. She gathers Raine up in a tender embrace. Gabrielle, don't go. Gabrielle pets her head tenderly. There, where do you think I'm going? I don't know. Aw, do you miss being roommates again? Want to move back in? No way. Lit by the warmth of the fire, they might as well be an oil painting or something. That stuff was stronger than I thought. So strong, in fact, that I don't realize I've said anything until they both turn around to look at me. No hug for me? Seriously? Oh, you're still here. Raine stares off into the distance, lost in thought before answering. Yeah, sure, whatever. Bring it in, man. Huh? Wait, for real? Quit asking such stupid questions. Raine lets go of Gabrielle and squares up with me. Bring it in. I take one step forward. She takes one step back, and then charges at me and flings her entire body weight into my arms. For one brief, beautiful second of impact, I catch her, and then my knees crumple. Raine lands on top of me. Ugh. Ow. Why did you do that? You're the one who asked. She rolls off, catching me in the gut with her elbow. Ow. Look, Gabrielle can do it. Wait, huh? Too late. Raine takes another running leap at Gabrielle. Huh? Raine has flattened Gabrielle. You caught me last time. Yeah, but you weren't nearly this, excited. It's okay, though. We can still hug. Raine snuggles into her arms, now both fully horizontal. People glance over and laugh, but they don't seem concerned. It occurs to me that this may be par for the course. I may be a little desperate, but I'm not stupid. As a gentleman, I won't invite myself to this one. I pick myself up off the ground and wander off in search of another drink. I spent more of the party than I would have liked floating around the periphery, but Gabrielle and Raine were the only people there that I recognized. It would be pretty pathetic to Velcro myself to them for the rest of the night, and Raine literally clotheslined a guy not long after we parted ways. Better to leave the ladies wanting more, right? By the time the party broke up, I was a very dull combination of drunk and bored out of my goddamn mind, but I do think I may have left with someone and gone somewhere. I know I'm on a dorm mattress, but these aren't my sheets. My consciousness is struggling through a heavy fog of sleep, but I'm definitely in bed, and I definitely feel a warm body next to mine. Even as I start to wake up, I seize the moment and keep my eyes shut tight. I want to remember this. I hope, whoever it is, I only slept next to them rather than with them. Partly because I'm a romantic at heart. There's nothing wrong with wanting to connect with a girl before things get physical. But mostly because if I was so drunk that I can't remember losing my virginity, I will kill myself, and that is not a fucking joke. My pants are still on. That doesn't mean they never came off, but I feel a little better. Tightly on, even. Firmly. Phew. Okay. Time to soak it all in. Pretend you're still asleep. Roll over and try to accidentally put your hand somewhere nice and soft. Just a little sleepy spooning. Her hair tickles my nose. Damn, she's kind of flat-chested. I try not to be disappointed, but... Copping a feel already, Captain Morningwood? That's an advanced technique. I am not proud of how I respond to the realization that I'm curled up in bed with Marshall. I physically recoil with such intensity that I fall out of the bottom bunk. My tailbone takes the brunt of the collision. I roll into the fetal position and wish for sweet death. Oh man, classic hangover cure. Bet now you don't even notice how bad your head hurts, huh? Chill out, man. This is a rite of passage. Marshall's Law. Never get so drunk that you don't know where you'll wake up. I'm too busy shamefully cradling my head in my arms to point out that martial law is a really unfortunate homophone for his stupid sex rule. Why did you let me sleep in your bed, man? Because it was funny. Plus, I got to evaluate how you'd tenderly hold a hottie through the night. Not bad. 7 out of 10. Ugh. I twist around to look at him, suspicious. Really? I didn't elbow you in the ribs or anything? His nod is almost solemn. He offers me an olive branch in the form of a thumbs up. I felt very cared for, man. No shit. Once I recover from the shock of my injury and take an aspirin, Marshall sits backwards on a chair to debrief with me. Hearing that I went to a party gets his approval, and hearing that it was organized by the anime club gives him a chance to ridicule me. Things are back to normal. Hey, nerd progress is still progress. I can respect that you're starting on easy mode, even if it's kinda unambitious. I was gonna call it bitch behavior, but sure. The important thing now is that you don't slow down. Take your eye off the ball for too long and the guy next to you will swoop in for a blowy. Trust me, I do that shit all the time. Wait, who's blowing who in this hypothetical situation? Him or the girl? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Everything he says is a disgusting mind game. Right. I'm only juggling 4 girls. How hard can it be? Marshall gets up from his seat, moving close to clap a hand on my shoulder and wearing the fond smile of a father figure. You're so fucked. Good luck, super virgin. The vibe of Anime Club today is different than last week. Instead of the usual quiet conversations, the room is full of energy. Playing on the projector looks to be an assortment of fan-made music videos. Muffled Linkin Park plays in the distance. Groups of people, some of whom I recognize from the bonfire, are chatting and laughing as they work on one thing or another. I see one group painting a banner and another arguing over a pile of DVDs. Naturally, I gravitate to where Gabrielle and Raine are standing, next to a folding table covered with clothing. Hey, you two, what's going on here? Con prep, of course. It might only be a small college gathering, but we've already sold 200 tickets. It's really motivating everyone to work their hardest. Let's see, what job can I give you? Something menial. Well, duh. Unless, hey, you got any secret skills you haven't revealed yet? I'm pretty good at Mario Kart. Doubt it. Why? No worries. We're just glad to have extra hands, right, Raine? Whatever you say. Something tells me she's not convinced. What are you guys working on? Could I maybe help with that? Well, actually... Right? I mean, I thought so. There they go again with that wordless communication. Gabrielle rummages among the piles on the table. We're working on the costumes for the maid cafe. I only have the bare bones done, but I need to check sizing. She pulls out a long tape measure, then looks up through her eyelashes at me. Arms out. They fly out without direct input from my brain. Cut me some slack. Anyone would be powerless when she bats her lashes like that. She approaches me and wraps the tape measure around my chest. I shiver at the delicate touch of her fingers. 41 inches. Her hands run down my chest and come to a stop at my waist. I stare at a point over her head, trying to think of incredibly unexciting things. English homework, my grandpa, global warming. 36 inches. Raine, get me a men's medium. Whoa, what? They both break out in peals of laughter. Your face. Just kidding. Unless. No way in hell. My face is on fire, and I try to come up with some smooth comeback about them looking way better in maid outfits than me, but before I can get my words together, someone calls Gabrielle from the other side of the room. Coming! Raine turns and refolds a couple of piles Gabrielle knocked over in her search for the tape measure, still smiling a little bit. You really are cute when you smile. Shit, inside thought. Although, she ducks her head and her cheeks redden. Could it be she likes hearing that kind of thing? I mean it. Gabrielle might get all the attention, but don't underestimate yourself. I bet you could really light up a room if you tried. Gabrielle's the pretty one. She mutters that under her breath. I wonder if she ever gets tired of living in the shadow of someone so pretty and popular. You know, I've never seen you with anyone else. You guys are always together, huh? Do you not get along with the other club members? Are you saying I don't have other friends? I have other friends. She ducks her head and mumbles. It's just that they're online. You wouldn't know them. Poor girl. Oh, okay, sure. So, are you dressing up for the maid cafe? I bet you'd look really good in one of those dresses. Maybe tie your hair up. Am I interrupting something? Not at all. She looks back and forth between Raine, still slightly red-faced, and me stuttering an explanation. She does not look happy. You sure? 'Cause I could have sworn you were talking about how cute Rainey looks. And you're so right, especially when she lets me dress her up. But only me, get it? Hands off. She wraps her arms around Raine's shoulders possessively, rubbing her cheek against her hair. I guess she's not mad? Hey, quit it. She flaps her hands uselessly. Man, I wish Gabrielle would hug me like that. I was just asking if Raine's gonna be dressing up for the maid cafe too. No. Yes. Raine rolls her eyes. Gabrielle sticks out her tongue. This is clearly an ongoing argument. You wore Lolita last year. Your head shape looks so good with a headband. Lolita? Gabrielle rummages through the piles on the table again. I get a little excited. Is she going to have Raine try on a dress? Maybe she'll try one on too, and they'll ask for my opinion. You can't go wrong with the classic ruffle skirt, but I've seen some dresses with tight skirts that really accentuate a girl's assets. Sadly, she just picks up a maid headband. She bounces over to Raine and puts it on her head, tucking her hair behind her ears. Aw, you're wearing them. One of them? Did you lose the other one? Now that her hair's tucked back, I can see a diamond stud in Raine's right ear. It grew over. I told you have to wear them non-stop for at least 6 months if you don't want that to happen. I went swimming. Even swimming. I'm still here, you know. Come on, let me re-pierce it for you. Wait, you pierced her ears? Mm-hmm. Isn't that dangerous? Nope, it's a classic girlhood experience. You could never understand. Anyway, time for some demographics research. She grabs a different maid headband off the table and settles it on her own head. So, what's your type? Huh? Your type, you know. Sexy maid, cute maid, innocent maid. We have to appeal to the lowest common denominator. We have to appeal to the public. She mimes a curtsy, then elbows Raine. Raine does not curtsy. So, master, what's your type? My palms instantly begin to sweat. I regret ever imagining that they would ask me for my opinion. I'm not so inexperienced that I don't know this is a goddamn minefield. Raine is adorable, with her head a little ducked and a faint blush on her cheeks. Her short hair is framed perfectly by the frilly headband. But Gabrielle's got that sex appeal, and the bows on her headband lend an alluring playfulness to her demeanor. This just might be the most important decision of my life. I'm going to retire to the mountains and become a monk. Great choice, perma-virgin. Turn your balls in at the door. It's like I can hear Marshall's voice in my head. I can't say that. I have my pride as a man. Shy maids. I guess shy, demure maids? The quiet type. It's about what you hide, not what you show. Well, that's not really physical, but I'll allow it. We'd better get these off before they get ruined. She snatches the headband off of Raine's head before removing her own. Sorry, Gabrielle, you're cute, but that embarrassed blush on Raine is cuter. Did I save this one, or royally step in it? I tamp down the feeling. Okay, enough of that. Let's buckle in. These smell fine, but they could use a good steaming. Rainey, can you hang them up for a while I find our iron? What should I do? Well, we don't have any Mario Kart for you, but maybe you can help Greg. Greg. Something wrong with Greg? You hate Greg. I don't hate Greg. Greg looks at me sadly. He's meticulously collecting each flyer as it comes off a printer and putting it into a stack. Really stimulating work. Well, help him out then, man. Look at him, he's drowning in this stuff. Greg slowly removes a sheet of paper and waves it around in the air a bit to dry. I'm not sure if my skills are best used. You hate Greg. Oh my god, fine. Be nice to him. Don't forget to show up for setup on Saturday, okay? I'll text you. At least I have the assurance that she's hanging on to my number. The thought buoys me through the next few hours organizing with Greg. You had the chance to flex something and you picked Mario Kart? In my defense, I might not have any special skills. Sure you do. You could just say, Twist the knife, why don't you? No, I got this. I bet you got some real good calluses from cranking off all the time. You can use your hands like an oven mitt. I don't even know where to start with that. First of all, I don't... Be very careful what you choose to lie about here. And secondly, how is that even helpful? Well, whatever. They probably weren't even that turned off. They're dweebs too. But get a skill, man. Pick up wood carving or something. Something hands-on, rugged, manual. What's yours, wise guy? Crochet. Huh? Today, in new college experiences, I spent far too long in the library to catch the last bus back to the dorms. I hadn't even considered that was a thing that could happen. Not about to waste money on a bike either, so it's a long walk back. It gets dark quickly at this time of year, and gets dark deeply in this part of the country. The woods around campus are black and old. Some combination of town culture and the ecological legislation means that they've survived into the new millennium mostly untouched. I could take or leave them, personally. The forest always seemed so dull and lifeless during the day, but when the sun sets, it comes alive with the sounds of everything, especially bugs. Mosquitoes aren't a big worry in the rapidly cooling autumn, though the occasional moth does still flit by the beam of my flashlight in curious greeting. I don't really mind. Not a big fan of creepy crawlies, but I've always had a soft spot for Lepidoptera. Moths, butterflies, those sorts of things. I think about them as I walk through the dark and chilly woods, guided only by the insects dancing in the cone of light ahead of me. In truth, when I look forward and imagine the future, where I'll be when I've figured out who I am, what I'm doing, who I'm with, I always imagine myself as a butterfly. Vibrant wings that announce my presence and tell my story. A feast of sweet and vibrant flowers. Welcomed by all, loved, even in death. That is what I want to be. Gesturally majestic. Maybe a blue morpho, if I get to be picky. It's my fantasy, after all. But what I am is a man. I'll love a woman. I'll get a job, married, kids, anything else I need for a happy life. And then a well-attended open casket funeral when I die. What else could there be? I was born human. The butterfly's life, days spent floating from bloom to bloom in Empyrean sunshine, is beyond my reach. Once, when I was like 9, an uncle asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I told him the butterfly thing. Less artfully, but the gist. And he was like, "Christ, kid, could you at least pick a cockroach? Something a little less..." Well, neither here nor there. I don't get it, even still. Cockroaches are nasty. Who the hell would want to be one? My flashlight goes out. Son of a bitch. I grouse loudly, to no one. Making some noise takes my mind off the very uncomfortable predicament I find myself in. It's hard enough to make my way through these woods with light, and now I can barely see my feet on the ground. Fucking trash! I chuck the flashlight into the tree line and watch it disappear into shadow, almost soundlessly over the din of nature. It's fine. It costs like $2. Worth more as momentary stress relief than a paperweight. With the light gone, my adoring insect audience disperses into the darkness and noise. I am alone, as always, but somehow more alone than ever, even though nothing has changed. Need a light? Oh, thanks. I yelp in surprise and turn to meet the shadowed gaze of my lab partner. She's holding an unfamiliar, heavy-looking flashlight towards me with an expectant look. I take it, hesitantly. You startled me, Ollie. I had no idea you were around. I turn on the flashlight she handed me in a hurry, unsettled by the dark. It's well worn but sturdy, and the light within shines bright. Hey, this thing's nice. Heavy, though. Ever kill anyone with it? Chuckling at my own joke, I pantomime swinging it like a hammer, and the light dances across the tree cover as I do. Hell no. Vi got me that. Can't go denting it on someone's skull. Plus, I'd probably have to replace the bulb and stuff. Huge hassle. Not worth it. Kinda shocked that's the part of using it as a murder weapon that bothers her. Speaking of, I can see pretty good in the dark, so I don't mind letting you borrow it till you get a replacement. But Vi did give that to me, so I'm gonna need it back on Tuesday. Got it? Of course. A warm smile in return. Love when a girl has simple and plainly stated expectations. I feel like this never happens. Where are you headed anyway? Home? What, you live out in the woods? No, I'm walking back to the dorms. You're going the wrong way. I stop in my tracks. She walks a few paces ahead of me and stops too, pivoting to face me. That's likely. Since you seem to know so much about the woods, could you lead me back to the dorms? Try asking nicely. What the hell's her problem? Okay. Could you please guide me back to the dorms from here? Try asking nicelier. Come on, Ollie. What, don't want to play ball? Could always just ditch you out here. Getting some real mixed signals here. Dame, buddy, you gotta lighten up a little. It's like you can't even tell when a girl's joking. I can tell. Oh yeah? Well, what if I told you, seeing you stumble into such a dangerous place so recklessly, weak and soft as you are, means you'd be hella fun to hunt. Man, save it for the deer. After laughing off each other's lame jokes, she effortlessly led me back to the dorms. And then she said, like, I'd be hella fun to hunt, or something like that. Not bad, man. Is that good? It was honestly really creepy. He doesn't even know. Know what? Outdoorsy chicks like that? Wicked repressed on account of being so out in the woods all the damn time. Untalked to, unexpressed, untouched. You follow? No, I don't. I could follow perfectly well, but did not really like where he was going with this. It's called cuteness aggression. You remember what I told you about girls and tigers, like a week and change ago? Yeah. Sometimes the girl wants to be the tiger. And she wants you to be like a less impressive tiger. Or maybe a deer or something. And she wants to sink her teeth into your neck and shake you around like a damn chew toy on account of your cuteness. Is that good? Yeah, dude. She was probably trying to work up the nerve to like conk you over the head and drag you back to her cave. Or find a bush to toss you in. Why? So she can fuck your brains out, stupid. Nope, nothing doing. Can't sleep. I look over at the alarm clock next to my pillow, past midnight. The struts of the bunk bed creak as Marshall rolls around in his sleep. I've slowly learned to tune this out over the weeks, so it doesn't wake me anymore, but that's only when I'm sleeping. As I lie awake, every oddly timed noise he makes yanks me back from the tantalizing edge of rest. It's torture. And there's no degree of passive-aggressive I can be to make him share my pain. I've tried. He sleeps like the dead, rolling in his grave when something in a dream offends him, muttering names, girls' names. Lots I don't know. One who I take English composition with, one whose name I've seen on an office nameplate in the Department of Humanities. I make a point to disengage from conversations when he starts talking about crazy dreams he had. Knowing he won't mind a little noise, I throw on a tee and sweatpants, slip into some slides, and sneak out for a breath of fresh air. I may have underestimated the chill of autumn. What was I thinking? It's like 40 degrees out tonight, and I'm barely wearing more than what I wear to bed. My shirt flaps like a flag in the hellish night wind, cold as the ninth circle. I am rapidly losing feeling in my toes, sockless as I am. Am I stupid? No, it's the weather that's stupid. It's not even November yet. Fighting off the urge to run back inside and huddle up for warmth, I set a course for the library. Colder and colder still. I forgot until the moment I was walking there that I have to go through the woods to get to the library when the buses aren't in service. It's easy to follow the trail with Ollie's flashlight, and the trees do something to cut the wind chill. But now I've been out of my dorm for nearly an hour in 40-degree weather with what must be the world's thinnest ever t-shirt on. And also my toes are out. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now, on top of everything else, I'm rapidly soaking through as a sudden late-night drizzle comes along. My walk hurriedly turns into a jog, too cold and tired to muster much more. As I worry about the possibility of getting so cold my nipples fall off, I make it to the cover of an awning, stowing Ollie's light in my pocket as I catch my breath. The library is usually locked up at this hour of night. Only the school staff have access. They're not exactly keeping tons of security around, and I guess they don't want anyone to come in at strange hours and steal books. But attached to the library is the campus store. It's got everything an underprepared student could need. Academic supplies, hygiene supplies, food, and all of it kind of mediocre and overpriced. But it's also open until 2 a.m., about the only thing on this campus that is. This flashlight's so heavy it's halfway to dragging my sweatpants off my ass. Great. The last thing I need is to freeze my dick off, too. Better get inside. Ah, campus store. My most trustworthy friend. The only place in the world where an Arizona green tea is $2.50 fucking cents and I'd still buy it. Walking in from the outside feels like stepping into an otherworldly realm of pure love and sunshine. 70 of God's own degrees Fahrenheit, heaven on earth. For more reasons than one, it seems. Hi, Vi. Her back straightens in a hurry. That happy to see me? Damien, you startled me. What are... Didn't, expect rain. Heavenly warmth aside, I am still very cold and wet. In the presence of Vi, who is a beacon of being put together even past midnight, I feel embarrassingly shabby. My hairs stand on end as she scans me from behind the glare of her glasses. Suddenly conscious that my wet shirt and sagging sweats leave little to the imagination, I shyly shield my chest with my arm and adjust my waistband. What are you doing out at this hour? I couldn't sleep. I figured I'd walk to the campus store for some snacks or something. Through the woods, in the cold, wearing pajamas? Well, when she puts it like that, I feel kind of stupid. Yeah. So I guess I'm just kind of gonna wait here until it stops raining. Good idea. She looks out the window. Still raining. And waits around with me, silently, with a reusable shopping bag slung over her shoulder. Its contents are invisible to me. After a few minutes, her eyes turn to me. She looks at me like she wants to say something, but there's a cough from over by checkout, the cashier. He's just sitting there playing something on his DS. Not exactly busy after 1 a.m., I guess. I'm not even sure if he noticed me come in or not. Vi's eyes shot in his direction when he coughed, and when they came back to me, the question in them seemed to be gone. I wonder what she's thinking about. Man, I'm still soaked to the bone, too. Maybe if I whine really pathetically about how cold I am, she'll say, "My car's warm. Why don't you and I..." Raine stopped. I guess I should run back to the dorms before it decides to come back. You're not walking back out there like that. It's fine. The dorms aren't that far away. I'll just... Don't make me repeat myself. Yes, ma'am. She looks down into her bag and fishes around for something. Here. She hands me a jacket? Huh? Is this for... It's Ollie's. Oh. She stares at me expectantly, the sensation of which is growing familiar. Really feels like girls want things from me lately. Put it on. Damn, alright. Feels sort of weird getting the collar and leash treatment in front of another guy, but hey. I obediently slip into the jacket. It fits normally. I guess Ollie is always dressing oversized, isn't she? A pepper red nylon shell. Not too bulky. A windbreaker of some kind, I guess. Well worn. Smells a little like cigarettes inside. Does Vi smoke? Does Ollie? Thanks, Vi. It's nothing. I expect you to return it Tuesday. Tuesday? Her gaze narrows. I'm forgetting something. Biolab. Correct. Forget what I said earlier. It feels like girls really want me to remember to bring shit to Biolab on Tuesday. Maybe I'll run into Raine tomorrow and she'll tell me to bring chips and dip to the next club meeting. Having said her piece, Vi makes her way to the front door. Get some sleep, Damien. She stops in the doorway, as though that unsaid thing came back to her. She seems to consider it for a moment, her eyes briefly flitting to the bored cashier, before turning away entirely. Be more considerate of the weather in the future. She's off. Got my energy out, at least. When I make it back to the dorm, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. And Vi seemed like she was having complicated thoughts. About me, maybe? We'll call it a successful outing. But what's Vi doing with Ollie's jacket in her bag, anyway? Must be a girl thing. Tuesday again? No problem. Nothing special on the docket for today's lab, except Ollie wanted me to bring her the flashlight she loaned me, and Vi wanted me to bring her the jacket she loaned me. Luckily, I remembered to bring both things, because I am the best ever at fulfilling simple instructions. I remembered to bring the flashlight, and... fuck. Language! Beans. Spill 'em. What's up? Well, I remembered to bring yours, at least. Saying this, I hand Ollie the flashlight. Playing nice, I take it? The words fall upon Ollie's shrinking shoulders like an avalanche. Geez, Vi, it's just a flashlight. Well, his flashlight broke, and I couldn't just not... You told me, and I quote, I'll never let go of this, that it was your favorite gift ever. It is! And yet, he has it. Is that jealousy I sense? Not over me, surely. Still, things are getting tense fast. I should probably try to smooth this over. Vi's glare swings my way, like a searchlight to an escaping prisoner. I didn't realize it was a gift for her, or I wouldn't have taken it. And she really helped me out, so... It's fine. Saying this, she stares through me. Some part of my brain helpfully intuits this glare as, where is the jacket? Oh, right, about the thing I was beansing about. It's, at my dorm. Forgot to bring it. Sorry, Vi. You don't have any other classes today, right? Right. Then we'll go to your dorm after we're done here. That'll be an issue. Explain. My roommate keeps me locked out of the dorm while he's... Well, this much to say, he doesn't usually even let me in until after 9 p.m. So you'd have to drop by sometime after then. I realize too late that I have suggested something rather forward. Fine, I'll be over at 10. The rest of the period passes without incident, though Ollie does not meet my eyes. Must still be reeling from getting chewed out about the flashlight. I spent the next 4 hours dreading Vi's visit, and then 2 knocks at the door, with even force and timing. It could only be her. I'll get it. Wait, I said I'd... But while I'm busy grabbing Ollie's jacket for Vi, he's beelining for the door. Well, hey, Marshall. Ma'am. They know each other? Is Damien in? He is. I am. I wave at her from the other side of the dorm, bringing Ollie's jacket to her. She meets my gaze. A silent acknowledgement that all the same feels like being in the limelight. I step up behind Marshall and reach past him to hand Vi Ollie's jacket. He's... stun-locked. Yeah, I bet. Thank you for taking good care of it, Damien. For you, anything. She exhales something like half of a muted chuckle as her smile persists. You'll forgive me if I don't linger. It's still the working day for a few hours yet. Pretty late working day. It so often is. Sleep well when you get to it, Damien. Sweet dreams. Without looking back, she gives a little wave as she leaves. Progress. Well, that was her. Didn't know you were already acquainted. Damien, I didn't know you went for scary chicks like that. Guess you got some big brass ones, huh? Marshall, be straight with me. Always am. Did you? No. Awfully quick on the denial. I took a class she was TAing over the summer. That's all. That's all? Don't get me wrong, man. Love a top-shelf banger who tells you how it is. But I didn't go for it. Why? Had this moment where something just... Let's just say the vibes she was putting out were a little intense for me. Like, secondary location intense. And like, my mug is God's gift to women. Who'd want to see it on Forensic Files? Me. Huh? In every young man's life, there are a few moments he'll never forget. His first sip of alcohol, the first time he sees a photo of a boob, and the first time he steps foot into a girl's room. Gabrielle texted me last night. I didn't even know she had my number. She must have gotten it from the club sign-in sheet. She begged me to come over today and help with con prep. Something about the banners being the wrong size or misprinted, it's not important. What is important is that I'm currently standing outside the door to her apartment. Freshmen like me have to live on campus at our college, but after that you can move to one of the plentiful apartment buildings eager to take a student's hard-earned cash, or more likely the allowance they get from dear old mom and dad. Gabrielle lives on the 3rd floor of a cute little brick building 20 minutes bus ride from campus. Man, I wish I had a car. I knock on her door as a thought occurs to me. She's usually so put together, but maybe in her own space I'll get to see her in her lounge clothes. Hair messily pulled back to expose her slender neck, yoga pants clinging to her petite figure, an oversized t-shirt sliding off one pale shoulder. The door opens, interrupting my reverie. Hey, Damien. Thanks so much for coming. She looks the same as always. Not that I'm complaining. I'm here to serve, milady. She rolls her eyes and laughs her tinkling little laugh. Oh, you. Come on in. She swings the door open wide and I follow her in. Whoa. I guess I'd been imagining some softly perfumed bastion of lace and frills, a carefully styled altar of femininity. Instead, I'm faced with the messiest apartment I've ever seen. A sewing machine sits on a table in the corner, but fabric, trims, and mysterious sewing implements spread out to cover most of the room. I think I see a couch in front of a small television, but it's so buried under pieces of cosplay that it's hard to tell what color it is. The kitchenette boasts a small circle of cleared space around a hot plate. Otherwise, it's invisible under packets of ramen and empty energy drink cans. A closed door indicates a separate bedroom. Normally I'd get excited at the thought, but right now I'm afraid of hidden horrors beyond my comprehension. Sorry, it always gets super cluttered right before an event. Here, let me clear you a space to work. She shoves aside a green cutting mat, dislodging a pile of tins that fall with a clatter. One bursts open, showering an assortment of buttons onto the floor. She bundles some fabric scraps into her arms and dumps them onto the already overloaded couch. There you go. I'm faced with a 2-foot by 2-foot square of carpet. It's basically clear, I guess, except for snips of thread ground into the fibers. I sit down. Ow! The feeling of something sharp makes me jump. I lean forward and blindly feel back toward my ass. I find the culprit, a sewing pin. Oh, sorry. Guess I should have checked the floor more carefully. That really hurt. Anyway, could I get a little sympathy here? I need help with the manga library. I've got a ton of donations from club members, but they're super disorganized. Could you make a list so we make sure nothing goes missing? Everything is in that pile next to you. I turn and eye the pile to my left, somewhat afraid of an avalanche. It's a haphazard collection of tote bags, cardboard boxes, and plastic milk crates, all stuffed full of volumes of manga. It's like a Jenga tower, but with the added threat of surprise blunt force trauma. Sure, I think I can handle that. She tosses me a notebook and a pen. Thanks so much. I know it's kind of boring, but I have sewing to finish. I gingerly remove the top bag from the pile and empty it of its contents. It's a mishmash of the first and second volumes of a few different series, most of them nothing I've ever heard of. Gabrielle sits down at her sewing machine after shoving a bag of potato chips off of her chair. I guess she's one of those girls that can eat whatever they want and not gain weight. The whirring of the machine starts out jarring, but after a few minutes I begin to be soothed by it. So, what are you working on? I'm hemming the last of the maid uniforms. I was supposed to be done by now, but I picked up an extra shift at work yesterday. She looks even cuter when she's so focused. Can I help with them at all? No, that's okay. I think it'd probably take longer to teach you what to do. Can't wait to see you guys in them. I mean, to see all your hard work. I've never been to a maid cafe before. I mean, obviously I haven't. They're not exactly a thing here. Man, what I wouldn't give to go to Japan one day, though. See Tokyo Tower, eat some real ramen. Sometimes I think about going there to teach after college. Ever heard of the JET program? They get you a gig teaching English. Those school uniforms sure are something. I hear Japanese girls are... well, you don't need to know that part. And they really respect art over there. When they break a dish, they don't just go out and get a new one, they repair it with gold, because they believe there's beauty in something broken. The fashion scene is crazy too, right? What's that place called? Harajuku? Gabrielle? Did you hear me? Oh, sorry, couldn't hear you over the machine. Let's focus hard and get our projects done. She's so in the zone. I'd better not let her down. Okay, Manga Mountain, prepare to be scaled. I only have a couple of crates left to catalog. Boy, my wrist hurts. I finally got my own laptop for college, so I'm out of practice writing by hand. I massage my hand while idly staring around the room. Gabrielle is snipping loose threads, head bent diligently. As I get a better look at the chaos, I realize that while it's messy, it's not dirty. Well, there's fabric scraps and crumpled papers everywhere, but the worst thing in the kitchen are those empty energy drink cans. In fact, it actually smells pretty nice in here, kind of like almonds. My eyes land on a corner of the room I hadn't noticed before. A rickety wooden bookshelf like something picked up on the side of the road, filled with pristine manga volumes. On top of the bookshelf sits several anime figurines, still in their plastic boxes. It's immaculate compared to the rest of the room. Hell, compared to any room, not a speck of clutter. Want me to catalog those too? I gesture to the shelf. Huh? Oh, no, those aren't being used for the con, those are mine. You sure? It looks like you have a couple of series that nobody donated. I said they're mine. I don't want other people touching them. She shouts so suddenly that I jump a little bit. Donations are voluntary, okay? You can't take someone's blood or organs without consent, and the same goes for my manga. I don't want anyone else's hands on it. It's always take, but some things just aren't up for grabs. Her mood has shifted so suddenly that I sit here in shock for a moment. Is it just me, or does her reaction seem way out of proportion? If it were someone else, I might think she wasn't really talking about the books, but Gabrielle, she has it made. She's pretty, popular, and talented. I just don't think she could have much angst. Oh, yeah, I get it. My little cousin spilled juice on my PS2 once, and it throws errors all the time now. And just like that, she snaps back to normal. Right? Yeah, totally. Some people just have no respect for other people's things. Hey, if you're almost done cataloging, want to take those stacks down to my car? Stretch your legs a bit. It's the red hatchback in the second parking spot. She jumps up and rummages through her purse, then tosses me a set of keys. The weight of them catches me off guard. There must be 15 keychains on this key ring. Must be nice having a car. I'm walking back from her car after my third trip, lost amidst fantasies of driving around together on a summer evening, the breeze in our hair, my hand on her thigh, when I run into an unexpected encounter. Oh, hey Raine. What are you doing here? Helping Gabrielle out. Want to come in? The more the merrier, I guess, especially when it comes to taking multiple trips up these stairs. Although Raine seems so small and fragile that I wouldn't want to ask that of her. She's ignoring my question. Here. She shoves a small cardboard box into my hands before turning to walk away. Oh, hey, are you here to see Gabrielle? She's just upstairs. Give that to her. Her precise footsteps don't stop as she speaks, and before I know it, she's disappeared around the corner. Weird. Hey, guess who I ran into downstairs? Raine stopped by. She wanted me to give you this. Really? Raine did? Why didn't she come up? You didn't tell her to go away, did you? Huh? Why would I do that? Anyway, what's in the box? She takes it from me and opens it. There's a stack of postcards inside. I asked her to bring them by, but I didn't think she'd just drop them and run. Do you think she's jealous? Huh? Jealous? You know, of us hanging out. No way. You're not allowed to think about Raine like that. Anyway, look. She designed the mascot for this year's event. These are the free postcards we're giving away. Aren't they cute? She shows me a postcard. It's a girl in a maid uniform with kitty ears and fangs. And there are a lot of ribbons flying around. The ruffles are out of control, too. Yeah, that looks like a Raine drawing, all right. I had a lot of input, but in the end, I told Raine to have fun with it. She's so talented. I could never come up with this stuff. I think what you do is even more impressive. Sewing all the maid outfits from scratch is crazy. Huh, thanks. Sewing one is the same as sewing 10, though. I mean, except for the extra hours of work, the sizing differences, everyone's individual preferences. Yeah, I guess I do a pretty good job. Anyway, we're in the home stretch now. Let's buckle down and finish our prep. She picks her scissors back up and goes back to work. I eye the last couple of crates of manga. I can't let them defeat me. Come to my apartment tonight is the first text Raine sends me. The address and time is the second one. She ignores my further questions. Why is she so sure I'll show up? Anyway, an unassuming apartment door. Behind this is another girl's room. Someone up there must be smiling down on me or something. Thank you, Grandpa. Or, it's kind of weird to be thinking about him right now. I raise one sweaty hand to knock. Don't worry about that, kid. Go get her. Seriously, not the time. Ow! Huh? Oh, jeez. My host looks down at me, cleanly knocked on my ass. What are you doing down there? Never mind. You're, early. She's dragging two massive black garbage bags behind her. Go in, I guess. I'll be right back. I barely manage to grab the closing door before she slips away. Don't touch anything. Well, now I have to touch something. It's a pretty big room for a studio. I remember hearing something about these apartments being a converted factory, and it shows. The high ceilings dwarf the furniture. A couch, coffee table, and tall bookshelf greet me as soon as I walk in. A bed is tucked in the corner next to a computer desk. That thing is huge. The screensaver twinkles at me. I'm not sure if I can even reach it behind the mountain of papers piled around it. At least the mess is localized. Compared to Gabrielle's place, it's downright Spartan. The couch looks like it's never been sat in. In the other corner... What the hell is that? A human-sized pile of stuff menaces me from its place on a tarp in the corner. Another unrecognizable thing hangs from the ceiling next to it. It looks like she screwed this directly into the ceiling beam. Say goodbye to your security deposit. Seriously, what is it, though? An angel's face embedded in a cocoon of white plaster. Her eyes closed as if she's just drifted off to sleep. Castings of hands tearing. Nails dug deep into the flesh of her forehead and chin, stopping just short of marring her face. It kind of reminds me of... Knocked down for the second time in under an hour, all I can do is give up. I stay there. I get a brief glimpse of Raine's uncharacteristically flushed face before she regains her usual expression. I did tell you not to touch anything. I was just looking. Yeah, right. She unfolds a plastic sheet from next to the tarp and tosses it over the first figure. The hanging one sways in sympathy. So, what is that, anyway? Stuff. Art stuff? Obviously. Then why ask? What does it, mean? I'm still working on that part. I thought you just drew. Yeah, well, I contain multitudes, I guess. Shit, one sec. She scurries over to her computer and jiggles her mouse. The screen comes to life. Whoa. Yep, that's two men kissing. Maybe more. I take a few steps closer, just out of intellectual curiosity. She chucks a box of tissues at my head. You can't make me unsee it. Fine. She pulls up an instant messenger window, types something aggressive I can't make out from this distance, and jabs the power button on her monitor. More gently, she turns the volume off on a fancy-looking pair of speakers. Finally, she stumbles over to her coffee table and lays her head in her hands. Water? Yeah. She only has one mug. It has a cute puppy playing in a field of clover. I fill it with tap water. Thanks. I've seen worse. Just the other day, you won't believe this magazine my roommate found. Boy, the stuff I saw would make that look like two cherubs holding hands. Thanks? She sighs heavily. You know, you're such a nice guy. You really think so? Yeah. I wasn't really sure you'd show up. What? Why? Aren't you into Gabrielle? It sounds like you don't want me to be. What's that supposed to mean? Come on. I can pick up these back-off vibes from a mile away. I get that you guys are tight, but come on. Let her spread her wings a little. Wait. It hits me like a bucket of ice water. Crap. Are you two an item? It all comes flooding back to me. The cuddling, the hand-holding, the telepathic communication. It's not like that. Oh, okay. I'm just saying, if you were, I'm cool with that. 2 chicks? Better than 1, right? Hey, okay, you're just friends. That's cool, too. I've had close friends, too, you know? Sometimes you have to share a sleeping bag or whatever, and things get a little cuddly. It's no big thing. Whatever color she's turning can't be healthy. Anyway... So, why do you ask? No reason in particular. Oh, come on. You can't just ask me that and clam up. Are you into anyone? Is it me? The question lingers in the air, unspoken. I'm not sure. I have to admit that this is cute. The way she's hot and cold to hide her feelings is cute. The way she hides her face behind her sleeve is cute. Sure, her hobbies are a little weird, but whose aren't? If she just came out of her shell a little, I could see her smiling as she welcomes me home, being able to fold up her tiny frame with my whole body, to pick her up and take her... Anyway, can you help me with these? She points to a towering pile of con flyers next to her coffee table. They need to be folded and stapled. Manual labor again? Seriously? This is really boring. And quiet. I mean, even with her crush, I didn't expect her to jump me right away, but this is... She sits perpendicularly to me and has 2 staplers. We can't even brush hands while reaching for the same thing. My ears are starting to ring. I have to do something. Being an art major must be pretty tough. I'm not. Wait, huh? Minor. Wait, why? You seem so into it. Long story. In that case, how have you been? We saw each other yesterday. Yeah, huh. Read any good books lately? I've been busy. Right. Watched any good movies? I don't have a TV. What's your favorite food? Don't have one. You're pretty fast at that. Thanks, I'm good with my hands. Who's your favorite artist? Her hands still. I'll list some you might know. Shintaro Kago, Ayami Kojima, and Mokona. Mokona's that animal, right? How about the old masters? El Greco, Francisco Goya, and William Blake? Oh, I know Blake, the tiger guy. Read that in high school? No, well, yeah. But I read his other stuff too, and it's a good one. That's why they teach it. Without contraries is no progression. Attraction and repulsion, reason and energy, love and hate are necessary to human existence. So, do you agree with him? I hadn't really thought about it. Blake and his contemporaries, during that time, seeking pleasure was an existential threat, an affront to God. But freedom from that is not as easy as that, is it? It's sunk deep into his, well, your culture. Don't do anything you want. But if you do, feel guilty about it and you might be forgiven. Good is the passive that obeys reason. Good is heaven. I see her bite a fingernail in thought, but after what feels like minutes, she moves from sitting perpendicular to me to beside me. The brush of her shirt makes the hair on my arm stand up. What the body wants is hell. What the soul wants is heaven. Breaking the barrier between the two breaks the restraint that keeps us civil, polite, free from desires. I'm intensely aware of my breathing. I swallow. Do you feel guilty? For what? Your desires. She looks up at me, eyes dark and vulnerable. I understand. It must be hard. But I understand, and if you'd like, you can... with me. She puts her hand on mine. I can't tell it was a chilly night, the way my body heats up in response. Does this mean you like me? I already told you that. My feelings are complicated right now, but I might. I could. Is that what you want? I want you. My body seizes the opportunity before my mind can catch up. I pin her back against the couch and kiss her. Her hands ball into the front of my shirt before she relaxes into it. It feels incredible when her small, soft lips part slightly, when her arms wind around my neck. The little sound she makes when I pull her into my lap. I'm surprised at myself, but the way we fit together just feels so right. Is this moving too fast? Is this a commitment? It's just kissing. Isn't this fine? The thoughts are chased from my mind with a shivering, tingling sensation when she threads a hand through my hair, down to my neck, her nails scratching gently against my skin. Ow. I realize how tightly I've been holding her hips and let go. Sorry. That's okay. It's flattering. I lose track of time when she licks into my mouth. Has she done this before? Is she just well read? Her cheeks are flushed, but her skin is still pleasantly cool against mine, which feels feverish. The room is so quiet that our kissing feels loud, obscene, like we're violating the sanctity of her room. I still have the presence of mind not to look at her bed. Raine pulls away for air. Her voice trembles. Wait, My hand freezes at the hem of her shirt. Is it okay if we keep this between ourselves for now? I just need some time to sort myself out. There is a dull feeling in the pit of my stomach, but it feels a million miles away. Compared to that, right in front of me, I kiss her again. Somehow, I managed to make it through a few classes and most of Biolab, despite my encounter with Raine on Friday weighing on me. I didn't get much more conversation out of her, even after that. She insisted that I not tell Gabrielle. "Let's talk later," were her exact words. Am I getting taken advantage of? Wait, is that a bad thing? That should be a good thing, right? Meanwhile, lab is keeping me occupied enough to put it out of my mind. Tensions seem to have cooled a bit since the debacle last time. Today's lab is pretty uneventful, all things considered. Ollie is smiling and joking. Vi is spending a lot of time at our table, bringing us up to speed with the rest of the class. Guess all that stuff with jackets and flashlights is behind us. Thank God. I don't really want to find out what other benign objects they might flip out over. For once, I feel like I actually learned something in this class period. Things are looking up. By the way, Damien. I do kind of miss when she called me Dame, though I guess maybe the full name treatment means she respects me more?
You busy after this?
I didn't have any plans. Why? Wanna get something to eat? Or...
Oh, nothing like that, bud. But I got this thing. And, I need a, big burly hunk to help me move it. Because I'm just so little and small or whatever.
That's a big upgrade, Ollie. I recall you saying I was weak and soft, like a week and change ago.
Ah, you got me. Really, I just need, like, any second pair of arms.
Come on, I'm not that easy.
But if you need me to say you're this or that or the other to get you to help me, I will. I ain't that proud. Oh, Damien, your arms are so girlishly slender but manly level muscular at the same time. Be still, my beating heart. You know, that sort of thing.
Maybe I am that easy. Though, if I don't pour some water on this little flame, Vi might get the wrong idea. Sure, I could get used to
that. Okay, big guy. Man, that felt weird. Take backsies?
Not if you want a big burly hunk to help you, no.
Man, Dame, cut a girl some slack.
And back to the pet name. Guess I've got a date after class either way. Ollie, would you like me to help?
Nope.
Don't you suppose 6 hands would be better?
4 is plenty. No Vi's allowed.
Suit yourself. Damien. Yes? Thursday evening, around 6 p.m. Are you busy? No, ma'am. Why? My program director wants me to do a routine inventory check of the spare equipment we have stored in the Parsons building. Ollie was going to help me with that today, but she seems to be busy. The Parsons building, that's near the library, right? The med programs keep equipment there? I thought it was closed up. It is. Recent development. The medical programs only formally stopped using it for new courses a few semesters ago. And neither students nor faculty are very enthusiastic about the idea of moving around heavy machinery, unless absolutely necessary. You know what they say, a burden shared is a burden halved. But a joy shared is a joy doubled. My, since when did you start catching on quick? I do my best to stifle a prideful little grin. A backhanded compliment from Vi is still a compliment from Vi, not easily won. I am really on a roll with girls lately. Things must be looking up. I really underestimated the sheer size of the forest that our quaint little campus was nestled into. And the general walkability of the trail Ollie had blazed through it. By the time we reached our destination, I was huffing and puffing. Ollie was wrapping up her detailed thoughts on some kind of witch project from several years back. I wasn't really listening. Horror movies were never my thing, but a guy can't go around saying things like that without risking some real damage to his reputation.
And they say it was just a marketing tactic and no one really died, but isn't that exactly what the execs would want us to think?
That was rhetorical, right? I hope so, because I'm still catching my breath over here. It gives me a second to check out the small clearing we ended up in. If I had to describe it in a few brief words, I'd call it surprisingly organized? Like an open-air woodworking studio. No machinery or cables in sight, just thoughtfully organized chaos that matched what I've come to learn about Ollie as a person. Slightly crooked tables protected from the elements with large plastic sheets and the occasional blue tarp. Duct tape patches, medium-sized rocks pinning the corners down. Even a toolbox, the various rubber handles sticking upward like a macho facsimile of an overstuffed flower basket. Nice place you got here. I guess the tool shop on campus was too small for your big ideas?
Something like that. It's also so unclandestine. And as a bonus, out here I can holler all I want if I step on a nail without getting any dirty looks from the squirrels.
So, what exactly do you need my muscles for? Not lugging giant pieces of plywood around, I hope.
Nah, nothing like that. We'll be lugging around a masterpiece. Be honored. You'll be the first one to lay eyes on my beauty.
Ollie's beauty? I think we're already acquainted, but I wisely keep this thought to myself.
Anyway, this is her. Black Beauty.
She pulls aside a piece of plastic draped over a long hanging branch, showing me a bookshelf? Painted black. Looks professional-ish. Definitely lacquered or whatever, right? But
I made it out of the good bits of furniture that got thrown in the dorm dumpsters.
yeah, that is what I was gonna say it kinda looks like. Huh. Looks good, man.
Try that a little more convincingly.
I love it.
That's more like it. I meticulously planned out this whole project. Just, not the part where I'd have to get it from here to student housing by myself.
I don't want to make a habit out of putting down my physical abilities, but I'm not sure this'll be a cakewalk for two people to move either. And asking Vi wasn't an option? I seem to remember that she offered.
And spoil the surprise? No way! Roll those sleeves up, strongman.
Despite my reservations, I post up opposite Ollie and search the bookcase for a convenient spot to grab onto. Finding one, I pause to take a breath and
Heave!
screw up my face in a grimace, lifting before I've adequately prepared myself for the strain. Much to my surprise, I don't immediately throw out my back. Ollie is handling her half of the weight with more ease than I expected for someone of her size.
Alrighty, start walking backwards, punk.
There's no room for conversation as we trudge back toward campus. I expect Ollie to find an excuse to half-ass her share of the labor, but she's an effective drill sergeant. It's pretty cute. I guess even someone as easygoing as Ollie can get serious when the right carrot is dangled in front of her. A surprise that she doesn't want Vi to know about, huh? We make a decent amount of progress, but stop to take a breather after the shelf starts threatening to slip out of my sweaty grip. Sitting down on the crunchy leaves and feeling the cool fall air chill the damp skin of my neck is kind of nice. Ollie, meanwhile, is massaging her reddened palms and carefully eyeing the bookcase, like it'll get up and walk away if she's not careful. I bet Vi's gonna be impressed. I can tell how hard you worked on this thing for her.
Yeah, well, I guess you can say it's long overdue. Some stuff recently made me realize that I want to try a little harder at stuff. You can't just orbit around someone and hope they pity you enough to keep you around, you know?
I really don't, but I get the feeling that Ollie is trying to make me understand something. I guess relationships between girls are complicated. The possibility that my friendship with Marshall might be considered easy by comparison is a chilling concept. What do you mean by overdue, anyway? That makes Vi sound like a mob boss you owe money to.
None of your business. Just kidding. We've been together for a real long time, and when Vi went off to college, I realized I can't let her go so easy. She takes good care of me, so I gotta show her that I'm mature and shit too. I'm about to get serious. Better stay out of my way if you can't take the heat, Damien.
She looks so serious that I can't help but laugh. I'd be in some real shit if Ollie was a guy. Keep up the good work, Ollie. You're starting to turn into prime husband material.
You... Break time's over. Let's get back to lugging.
Ollie really makes me pay for my smart-ass comments, but by the time we part ways, I've got some frosty beer to help chase the ache away. She's a tough boss, but she pays well. My muscles recover just in time to be put back to work by Vi. The Parsons building is near the library, insofar as it's nearer to the library than the rest of campus. A smaller and older building than all the others. Apparently, a lot of them have been renovated entirely in the last 10 years or so. But the Parsons building just wasn't big enough for the college's growing medical program, and it was annoyingly far from everything. So they expanded the science building instead. Now it sits on the furthest edge of campus, lonely and untouched, eerily quiet, even in the middle of the day. Spooky place, even when it's light out. I can see why Vi wanted some company. Say, it'll just be the two of us in there, won't it? Maybe she has her own reward in mind. Vi lets me in and wastes no time putting me to work. She has me running between classrooms to find specific labeled boxes and bring them back to her, which she then inventories while I move on to the next box. This place is creepy, even more so than the exterior. Empty hallways, empty classrooms, empty labs, chairs and desks stacked in corners, boxes of equipment piled high. The lab she's parked in is spooky, too. It has a surgical bed. I didn't know colleges had operating rooms. Maybe it's just for demonstration? At least the lights are still on. Apparently they never cut power to this building because they have some samples in cold storage here that still haven't been moved. It doesn't cut the menace of the building's emptiness and silence at all, though. Every stray sound, every little creak, everything puts me on edge, like some sort of psycho is gonna...
Damien,
Ah!
did I startle you? I've been sitting here the whole time.
Oh, sorry, Vi, it's just... I don't really know how to tell her this place gives me the creeps in a way that doesn't make me seem like a...
Speak.
Spaced out, sorry. This place gives me the creeps. Damn it! Though, she doesn't seem to share my assessment.
You have been running around for an hour and a half already. Let's take a break.
There's only one chair in this lab, and Vi has had it claimed the entire time. So, I decide to take a seat on the surgical bed instead. She produces a bottle of Pedialyte from somewhere for me, which I appreciate, but I am getting pretty hungry. I hope this doesn't take too long. I empty the bottle voraciously. She watches me do so. It feels a little... Oh, right. Thanks for the drink, Vi. I'm feeling better already.
Thanks aren't necessary.
There's a smile in her voice when she says it. She's hard to read. Always saying one thing and meaning something else. Or saying nothing and meaning something intently. Exactly, like that. It's like she wants to ask me something but won't. Maybe if I just make some small talk, I can figure it out? Or at least... You know, Vi, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Ask.
What's up with you and Ollie, anyway?
How do you mean?
Like, what's your story? How'd you meet? That kind of thing.
What, do you two not talk about me?
There's a little scoff in her voice, but honestly, besides last time, Ollie doesn't talk about her that much when we're alone. Well, you know how she is. Hard to tell when she's saying something truthfully or if she's, like, joking.
She jokes around with you a lot, then?
All the time, yes. Does she not with you?
No. At least, not for a very long time.
How long?
Oh, I don't know.
And she trails off, failing to elaborate. I'm so close to actually learning something concrete about her, I can taste it. Well, how long have you known her?
I don't remember exactly. It must have been maybe 20 years.
Suddenly I feel very young.
I don't recall when we met or how. I didn't know her, and then one day I did. She's been a thorn in my side ever since.
Vi has such a way with words. Were you always such good friends?
More or less.
It's like pulling teeth. When did she stop joking around with you?
I had a dog once, and... Actually, no, we're not talking about this.
Okay. She gives me a strange look, but says nothing.
My turn for questions. You will answer openly and honestly.
Yes? Her eyes narrow at me. Anger? Suspicion? Or...
What are your intentions for Ollie?
I feel a cannonball strike my port bow. Figuratively, though this freefall sensation in my guts could definitely be physical. She's my friend. I think she's cute. I like her.
I see. I appreciate your candor.
An uncomfortable silence sucks all the air out of the room. Our eyes meet with a spark. Silent tension. There is no doubt in my mind. If I really want Ollie, I'm going to have to do something about Vi. Can I ask you something else?
You may.
What is she to you? That perfectly controlled expression of hers doesn't flinch even a little.
She's mine, that's all.
So you two are
Don't. When you name something nameless, two things happen. First, you reveal in its fullness the depth of your ignorance of the true nature of the thing you name. Second, you guarantee with absolute certainty that you will never understand that nature any more than you did that very moment. She's her, I'm me, we're us. It doesn't need a name, it just is. If you're going to call it something, friends is sufficient. Friends can be a lot of things. Is that a problem?
It's complicated, huh? I can work with this. Not at all. Your turn.
I'm aware. But my curiosity is satisfied for the moment. We still have plenty of work to do.
The awkward moment falls off her like water. And she is right. Still lots of equipment to inventory. If I waste any more time on this, I'll starve to death before I make it out of the Parsons building. Not the kind of place I want to die. Putting my nose to the grindstone, we get through Vi's checklist in just another hour or so. We wrap up and lock up.
Thanks for your help, Damien. I'll admit, I didn't have a specific reward prepared. Did you have any in mind?
Whoa, wait. Is she actually giving me carte blanche?
Within reason, of course.
My dreams of getting to know her better in the backseat of her car shatter like glass. But a new idea blooms. A great idea. A genius idea. Actually, there's something kind of serious I wanted to ask you. It's about the stuff we talked about earlier.
Go on.
I'm not trying to cause any trouble for you or Ollie or whatever's happening there. To tell you the truth, it's been fun getting to know you two better. And I like you both a lot. But it seems like you two have some unresolved tensions too. Like, it feels like every week you two are on the cusp of having a fight about something. So... No, this is a terrible idea. Abort. Since, like, you're both friends with each other, and I'd like to be friends with you both... Abort. I was wondering how you'd feel about having someone there to ease the friction. Help you both out. Another friend in the mix. Three's company and all. I don't want anything to come between you two or anything.
Unless it's you, right?
There's an accusation in that loaded phrasing. Smooth it over. I had been thinking more of a equidistant, off-to-the-side placement. Triangular. Well, that'll have to pass for smooth. Valiant effort, pack it in. There's a long silence. My ears turn red. Is it the cold? Or my body screaming at me for having the gall to try and insert myself into some bisexual threesome situation with two grown women? I feel like I just flung myself off the edge of a cliff. I wait, breath held, in the open air. I brace for impact with the earth.
You're serious.
I am. My heart throbs anxiously.
I don't hate it. It's not a bad idea.
Wait, seriously? Then...
This Saturday, did you have plans?
Well, there's that anime con on campus.
Good. Spares me the explanation.
Ollie and I will be there. You will meet us. At the entrance, opening time. Punctual. We'll call it a dry run. Gabrielle and Raine are going to kill me. To death. Sounds good. My traitor mouth speaks for me.
I'm sure it does. I hope you're as serious about this as you claim to be, Damien.
She smiles at me warmly as she turns away, walking toward one of the only cars in the nearby parking lot. Must be hers. I consider asking for a ride back to the dorm, or maybe her place, but before I can figure out if that'd be pushing my luck, I watch her pull out and drive away. Oh well. Maybe this calls for a massively overpriced campus store sandwich for my imminent walk through the woods. I feel electric. Did I seriously just pull that maneuver off? I have to tell Marshall. No. I have to seal the deal. Then I'll tell him. Then I'll rub it in his face. All I have to do now is wait impatiently for the morning of the anime convention. I'm at a crossroads. On one hand, I am a member of the anime club. Raine and Gabrielle have plans for me, in more ways than one, perhaps. I'd be letting my club down if I blew them off, and I can't just pretend I'm sick either. Other club members are going to see me, even if they don't. I can probably kiss my club membership and or my chances with those two goodbye if I flake out. On the other hand, Vi made very clearly to me that if I'm really serious about what I propose to her, that I will meet up with her and Ollie and enjoy the con with them, I suppose. A whole other animal with very different fangs and claws. A possible menage a trois of love if I play my cards right. Or at least a chance to make a move on one. Suffice to say, getting cold feet now would not be playing my cards right, if I'm aiming for either of them. No way I'm closing the distance if I don't play ball. So, what the hell do I do?
Show up early for a treat. But seriously though, major help needed, SOS.
Gabrielle texted me an hour before I was supposed to show up. Those two really worked me to the bone on preparations. I thought the other club members would pull more of their weight, but they seemed to magically evaporate whenever Gabrielle wasn't involved. But it's time. It's finally time for my eyes to be rewarded. Maid uniforms again. I thought things would be awkward with Raine, but it seems like she's good at compartmentalizing. We haven't had a serious talk since then, but she shoots me glances when no one else is looking. She looks away when I try to make eye contact, though. I'm giving her space, like how we were before. And anyway, I have other things to focus on right now. There's a spring in my step as I float over to the prep room, which is just one of the classrooms in this hallway with a garbage bag taped over the window. Dare I just open the door? What if they're in the middle of changing? No, there's no way they're changing here. But they wouldn't walk through campus like that, would they? I wave the stimulating images out of my mind. If it happens, it happens, damn it. I knock politely first. Come in. Oh, you came. Gabrielle greets me with a blinding smile, but when I look down, you're not dressed yet? She's wearing one of her usual outfits. Cute, but not made cute, though her skirt is always pretty short. But if I let every outfit with a short skirt get me like that, I'd be in a world of pain. Hello? Wipe off that drool, perv. There's nothing there when I wipe my face. Raine snickers. Gotcha. Like I was saying, well, this morning's staff had a last-minute crisis, whatever that means. Like their grandma ate their homework or whatever. And the two of us are the only ones that know how everything works. And our second shift isn't showing up until after lunch. It hurts to see her distraught. Raine moves closer to pat her back. Oh, that sounds bad. She looks at me expectantly. And you want me? I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. To do something about it? Getting there. To prepare food? Bzz, wrong. She reaches into a box next to her and pulls out 2 maid uniforms I haven't seen yet. Not like I remember them that well. You want me to find someone else? Halfway there. The first half. She points a graceful finger at me. You. The second half. I don't know, phone a friend? I am not doing that. The first or the second half? Both! No way, not a chance. Oh, why not? Look at how cute this is. It was handmade by me. There's no way something like that would look good on me. She closes the space between us with that threatening garment in hand. I think it would look really good. Her voice drops to a softer pitch, and she looks up at me through those long, beautiful lashes. Shit. It's at the critical distance where I can smell her shampoo. I grip the desk so hard my hand hurts. I'm gonna do you up all cute. And think about it. Being wrapped up in this dress I had my hands all over. Doesn't that sound good? Just say yes, won't you? Yeah. Then it's settled. Don't drop it. She shoves the bundle of ruffles into my chest. Take your time. I'll come back in an hour to do your makeup. Oh, and don't forget to get someone for the second uniform, okay? There's no way you can handle that crowd by yourself. They start lining up pretty early. Raine shoots me a look, then hangs on to Gabrielle's arm, and then they're gone. 2 uniforms? What the hell am I supposed to do about this? Well, if I had Vi's number, I might be able to convince her to get Ollie to do it, realistically. I have a brief vision of the carnage Miss Olivia would engender on a room full of hapless otaku, like a rabid dog let loose in a field of baby rabbits. But I can't just call Ollie myself either. Does she even have a cell phone? Not like it matters. I don't think I'd be able to pull either away from whatever it is they're getting up to. I really don't want to do this. Ha, man, you crazy dog. Nightmare. You had the chance to call anyone, and you called me? Man, what happened to all those hotties you were seeing? The way I had to beg was unsightly. I try to block it from my mind. Still, hey, don't you think this looks a little too good on me? Marshall turns around to check out his ass in a mirror propped against the wall. I'm not sure what he's looking for. It's completely obscured by a metric fuckton of ruffles. Not sure if I see it. Huh? What's your problem? Look at my legs, man. This chick really knows how to style a garter. I'm not going out of my way to look at a guy's legs. You don't have to eye fuck me to know when something looks good. Loosen that stick in your ass a little. I politely choose not to loosen it, but I glance down at his legs to shut him up. Well, he's not totally wrong. His smooth legs, are they shaved? Anyway, are given a little shape by a pair of black thigh highs and garter clips that end tantalizingly right at the bottom of a layer of ruffles. The elastic digs into his skin just the right amount, just enough to hint at the softness if you were to slide your hand in. Whoa, Tiger, I said don't eye fuck me, huh? Those are some pretty intense eyes you have there. I just got these on and you want to peel them off already? Pent up from all the girls you can't seal the deal with, huh? Why are you so quiet? Did you lose all the blood to your brain all of a sudden? Well, I can see why you're impressed when I compare it to how you look. Well, actually, you don't look that bad. Your bow's a little crooked. He slides unapologetically into my personal space and reaches over to my collar to adjust it. I feel the warmth of his hand through the thin fabric over my collarbone. He bites his lip in concentration. I feel the slightest pressure as his skirt brushes on mine. All better. He takes his hands away, but doesn't step back. We're back, huh? I'm aware of what it looks like. It's not what it looks like. You actually got another? Raine smacks her lightly in the arm. I mean, welcome. Thank you so much for helping us out. This is it. And you beautiful ladies are Gabrielle and Raine. Pleasure to meet you. Raine. Raine, sorry. No problem. She's not even mad? He does a little spin and curtsy. Pleased with your handiwork, milady Gabrielle? Dude. Totally. You guys look, like, really good. Just let me put a little makeup on you and you'll be good to go. Gabrielle blushes and giggles. What the hell? She pulls an enormous bag out of one of the storage bins. Why don't I take a little walk around and come back? You know, so you ladies have a chance to focus on my friend here. He gives me a large, exaggerated wink. No, you should stay here. Raine pulls a pile of sketchbooks out of her bag. How did that all fit? Sure. This is exhausting. Nya, I'd like to order, please. Right away, master. Gabrielle and Raine's list of cafe etiquette is painstakingly accurate, and when they aren't seating people or assembling desserts, they're watching me like a hawk. Despite the cafe only selling coffee and prepackaged baked goods, the flow of customers hasn't stopped since the doors opened. What can I get for you, master? A man in glasses and cat ears looks at me pensively. Despite his accessories, he looks pretty normal. Do you offer any special services? What does that even mean? Just what's on the menu, master. Just a bottle of water then. So stingy. Marshall has been surprisingly industrious too. Despite monopolizing any tables of women who come in, he's a particular hit with the older ladies. Special services, huh? Gah! Marshall materializes behind me. Speak of the devil. Are you sure? You could make some pretty good use of this. That's my ass. I grab his wrist before it travels any further, but his hand wiggles around dangerously, flipping up a few layers of my skirt. You know, I thought this would be kind of boring, but you're really opening me up to a whole new world of culture here.
Get out of there!
Raine has just dropped her entire armload of paper plates and is staring at us slack-jawed. Raine, what happened? Oh. Never mind. You guys just keep doing whatever that is. Marshall flashes her a peace sign with his spare hand. We're not doing anything. Whew, finally. The second shift was late, but they turned up eventually, giving us time to stagger back to the prep room. That was way better than I expected. My feet hurt. We'll leave, so you two can change back. Just turn around, it's fine. You sure? Just don't peek. Unless...
Can we just get this over with?
Princess, master. He does a little curtsy to Gabrielle and a sweeping bow to Raine, then saunters out the door as if he wasn't squirting whipped cream on coffee in a maid dress. We gotta get him in a host event. Butler Cafe. Butler Cafe, your mind! Damien, you were holding out on us. I thought your roommate was gonna be a total shitbag with how much you complain about him. Well, my frustration bubbles up. They never looked at me like that, even though I was the one that met them first. So you were pretty into him, huh? I've been nothing but a gentleman, and this womanizing piece of shit shows up. What? No, not like that. Yeah, right. Hey, relax, we had fun, right? You're making it sound like you're jealous over little old me. You want to monopolize me that bad, huh? She's clearly trying to diffuse the situation, but my mouth moves before I can think better of it. Maybe I do. My heart drops as soon as I say it, but it's too late. Whoa, hey, is that a confession? I mean, it's a funny place to do it, but... She slaps me. I hate you. I have nothing to say to defend myself. Rainey, what? Wait! Raine is already out the door, but her face is streaked with tears. What the fuck did you do to her? Shit, never mind. Before slamming the door behind her, Gabrielle turns on her heel and points at me accusingly. I'll have you explain yourself later. My footsteps echo down the empty hallways. I think back to the text I got from Gabrielle earlier today. Meet me tonight. Got to talk to you. The cheery emoji settled the sudden attack of nerves when I first got her text. The con was something. But surely the smiley means everything is okay? I texted both of them an awkward excuse about being in my feelings, but neither of them responded. Maybe she's shooting her shot? I'm sure we could talk Raine around. They understand each other so well. I feel terrible for getting in the way of their friendship. Not terrible enough to suppress the glimmer of hope, but pretty bad. Once I reach the classroom that used to be the maid cafe. Hi, Damien. Thanks for coming. She's standing next to haphazardly stacked folding tables and boxes of unused paper goods. I see. More manual labor. Sure, but am I going to be moving boxes again? You could have opened with that. Not to mention, there's a couple dozen people at the anime club every week. Where do they all disappear to when she needs something? I did. At least, with all the other guys in the club, I did. They all said they were busy, and we have to have this room cleared out by class time tomorrow.
I guess I was afraid that if I asked directly, I'd find out you were just like the rest of them.
I'm a man, not a monster. She looks genuinely upset. What a bunch of assholes. I sigh and shoot her a grin. Nah, I'll help. What's a few more trips up and down the stairs? She smiles and clasps her hands together before picking up a milk crate. I hoist a folding table under each arm and follow her out of the room.
I knew I could count on you. You really are different than all the other guys.
I'd be lying if I said that didn't make my heart race a bit. Oh yeah?
Yeah. Guys, they act like they like you, but really they only want one thing.
Not me. I want at least 2 things, maybe 3.
They're always flocking around me, staring at me, trying to get my attention. I'm not dumb. I know they just want a cute nerd girlfriend. But not you. You're different, Damien.
I don't know. A cute nerd girlfriend might be exactly what I'm hoping to get out of this. But cut a guy some slack. We reach the top of the stairs down to the parking lot, and I pause to adjust the tables. Maybe one under each arm was a mistake. I haven't exactly been hitting the gym this semester. Gabrielle sees me struggling and puts down the crate she's carrying. She takes a couple of steps over until she's standing right next to me.
Let me help.
She takes one of the tables and leans it against the wall, then turns back to me and puts a hand on my chest.
You really are different.
This close, I see that her lips are shiny with gloss.
You know how?
I gulp. I can feel the warmth of her hand, even through my hoodie. She leans in even closer. I close my eyes and lick my lips unconsciously in excitement. I feel her hot breath in my ear.
You went after my best friend.
She gives me one sudden, brutal push. My feet fly out from under me and I stumble. My eyes shoot open just in time to see the fluorescent lights of the ceiling disappear into the distance as I fall backwards down the staircase. Part 2. Preservation. My head feels like it's about to split open. No matter how hard I try, I can't pull myself to alertness. The best I can manage is a dreamy sort of half-conscious state. Light, dark, light, dark. A rhythmic whooshing. Am I in a car? That's the last thought I can manage before I slide back into unconsciousness. When I wake again, it's to fluorescent lights and a hard surface. I try to shield my squinting eyes with my hand, but they're brought up short with a clang. Cold metal around my wrists. Am I handcuffed?
Oh, you're finally awake.
That voice. I blearily focus my eyes in front of me. I seem to be in some kind of storage room. There's a work table, and then what looks like cabinets with many drawers. Gabrielle stands in front of the work table. On the wall behind her, are those preserved insects?
Good. I want you to be able to feel this.
What? Where are we? She darts over to me with shocking speed, and I feel a blinding pain in one palm. I try to pull away, but the handcuffs around my wrists wrap around a metal pipe running floor to ceiling. I try to run, but my ankles seem to be tied together. When the shock of the pain clears, I see a long needle protruding from my palm. "What the fuck?" I yell. Not very eloquent, but cut a guy some slack. Gabrielle's eyes are wide and staring. She looks fascinated, almost gleeful. I've never seen her look like this. If this is some kind of prank...
It's not,
she chirps, driving a second pin into my palm. You'd think it would hurt less when I knew what to expect, but you'd be wrong.
It's a number 7 stainless steel pin, ideal for stag beetles, elephant beetles, and shitty men who are no better than beetles.
A sewing pin? I say inanely. She slaps my face. Her long nails leave scratches on my skin.
Do you know, you've never asked me a single question about myself?
Gabrielle says, voice now icy cold.
Not one. Not one.
I flinch as her voice rises to a piercing shriek.
You thought you knew me. Everyone thinks they know me. What's my favorite color, Damien? What's my favorite series? Where did I grow up? Why are we in the basement of the Natural Sciences building?
I shake my head helplessly. I know her, don't I? She's cute and friendly and talented, and she's grabbing my ear and twisting. Ow, 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 ow.
Answer me.
I don't know. Pink? My vision goes white as she digs her nails into my earlobe. A hot trickle of what I fear is blood begins to flow down my neck.
Orange. But it makes me look like a traffic cone, so I wear pink as a second best.
Gabrielle, stop. I'm sorry.
You don't even know what you're sorry for.
She finally releases my ear and sits back on her heels, panting. I cast around frantically, distracted by the pain. I'm sorry for not being interested enough in you. That's it, right? I'm so sorry. Were you jealous? You are, right? Because I was paying so much attention to Raine? She stares at me like I'm something stuck to the bottom of her shoe. My rasping breaths echo in the silence.
Who would want your attention?
She finally spits, before standing up and returning to the table. When she turns around, she's holding a pair of scissors. I begin to futilely struggle against the handcuffs again. Just tell me what you want. I'll do anything. Just please, please. She kneels down and takes my face in one hand, fingers clenched around my jaw. She tips my head up so my neck stretches out. I swallow hard, and her eyes follow the jerking of my Adam's apple.
Oh, honey,
she says softly.
I don't want anything from you.
She draws her hand lower until she squeezes against my windpipe with surprising strength. The last thing I see before the blackness overcomes me are her wide, staring eyes, pinning me down like I'm a specimen in a jar.
When I was 10, I went on a field trip to a natural history museum in the city. The other girls rushed through the bug room with squeals and shrieks, but I couldn't bring myself to pretend I wasn't fascinated. The butterflies shone like jewels under the bright lights against the white mounting cards. The gossamer wings of the dragonflies, now easy to see when they weren't zipping around a lakeshore, fascinated me. Even the cockroaches, which would normally make me jump away and cringe in disgust, seemed powerless, held down by a pin. Cockroaches. There are so many cockroaches. I talked endlessly about the exhibit afterwards, until my parents, trying to foster an interest in science, brought me to a butterfly garden. Most of what I remember about that day is sitting on a bench in a humid greenhouse, unable to stop sobbing. My parents coaxed me, hoping that I would tell them what was wrong. Then they scolded me for making a scene, and finally they dragged me home and sent me to bed without supper, for being ungrateful. I don't really blame them.
All I could say was that I wanted to see the butterflies, while they, exasperated, told me that they were all around me. But I couldn't really see them, could I? I'd stop to look at the bright colors of a swallowtail, and it would fly away. A monarch would land on my head, and everyone would say, "Don't look, don't move, don't disturb it," as I got a crick in my neck from holding still. I knew that even a delicate touch would damage a butterfly's wings, but I still craved knowing what it felt like. And so I cried, because nobody understood me, and I didn't have the words to make them. I started collecting dead bugs in high school, preserving them, sticking them onto white cardstock with sewing pins before I had the right equipment. That's important. If you're going to collect insects, everyone will frown on you for killing live ones. That makes this the first time I've had a live specimen. Exciting, isn't it? Nobody wants a mangled specimen, so I thread a curved needle and begin to sew his finger back onto his hand. He whimpers as I pull the thread through his flesh. He hasn't talked in a while now. I might have been a little enthusiastic with the scissors, but who can really blame me? What an idiot. What a cockroach. I don't mind when they swarm around me, as long as they keep their distance, as long as they look but don't touch. As long as they give me praise and little gifts and devotion, it's fine. They're going to swarm no matter what I do. There's no raid for men, is there? So I made my peace with it, and I get what I can while I can. It's not like I'm asking for it, so how can anyone get mad if I take advantage? But when it comes to her, Raine doesn't know what to do when a shitty man like you comes sniffing around. I murmur as I try and piece his earlobe back together. I ripped it roughly, and the blood makes it hard to see where flesh begins and ends. She can't protect herself, so I had to step in. Why couldn't you just leave well enough alone? I still remember exactly what it felt like to hold her soft earlobe. The trust in her eyes, the way her lips slightly parted as I pierced it with the sharpest needle sterilized in boiling water. The sparkle of the small stud earring I carefully slipped through her tender flesh. And you thought you could tell her she doesn't know how pretty she is. I tie a knot in my thread and turn his head this way and that, admiring my handiwork. His ear almost looks like an ear again. He mutters something, tries to jerk his head away, but I no longer have any interest in anything he has to say. He's not bad looking, objectively. I can see that now that he's pinned to a card and not flying around wreaking havoc and bumping into things. Everything would be so much better if everyone just stayed still. She needs me, I say as I straighten his shirt and brush his hair into place. But my voice comes out sort of tremulous in a way that I hate, so I try again. She needs me, not you, not anyone else. There we go. I begin to remove the pins from his hand. They bleed much less than I expected. The pins under his toenails bleed more. It's hard to tell how much the pins in his scalp bleed as I pluck them out one by one. His hair is already matted with blood, both from his ear and from some slips with the scissors I don't quite remember. He needed a haircut, what can I say? With all the pins removed, I can finally appreciate what I've done. If you're going to mess things up, you have to make them right. Maybe if he had understood that. Oh well. His earlobe is closed. His hands look like hands again. It took me 3 times to get the edges to match up, since he wouldn't stop squirming. But even the long gash down his abdomen has been repaired. I haven't touched his crotch, but that's fine. You can't tell underneath the pants anyway, and technically, I never touched it to begin with. Now, what to do with it? I rock back on my heels, chin in my hands, and think. It's a shame for nobody to see my handiwork, but
I guess as long as I know that it still exists, I'll be satisfied. I drag it onto a dolly and down the hallway to a section of the basement that smells of dirt and lumber. They're almost done remodeling this section of the archives, but construction tools are still lying around. I pick up a crowbar and suddenly notice its eyes on me, wide and afraid. "Oh, I'm done beating you," I reassure it as I use the crowbar to pry away a section of newly placed drywall. It comes away easily, exposing a cavity a couple of feet deep. It's the work of a moment to push the dolly closer and roll its cargo into the space. I hear something as I hunt for the staple gun to re-secure the drywall slab. A cracked, hoarse voice. "Why?" I heave a sigh, staring at him with exasperation, one hand on my hip. "You just never listen, do you?" Once the drywall is secured back into place, I remember something I read a long time ago in one of those books with fun history facts. They say that a bunch of temples and castles all over the world were built with human sacrifices buried in the foundation. They believed that the sacrifice would bring strength to the walls and good luck to their cities. It's probably just a myth, but it's a nice thought, isn't it? And that is all for Gabrielle's ending. Want to know what would have happened if we'd gotten Raine's instead? Let's find out. For this route, everything is the same through the maid cafe and its aftermath, up until right here. Can you come over for tea? Tomorrow, please.
The text shocks me so much that I feel like I have to confirm. Is this really Raine?
Obviously.
There's the attitude I wanted to hear. You have new cups.
I realized I only had one last time. Sorry.
She sets a proper teacup in front of me, saucer and everything. The fragrant scent of black tea floats through the air.
Try it?
We both take a sip. Ouch.
It's too hot. Sorry about that.
Her deference gives me a sinking feeling in my stomach. Want to help me cool my tongue down? Just kidding. Clearly not the time for that.
I just wanted to let you know. I talked to some of my friends and I felt better. They gave me some good advice.
Friends?
Yeah, friends. Why do you keep acting like I don't have any? Seriously.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
That's clearly what you meant.
Her attitude isn't cute right now, just frustrating. Did you ask me to come here just to attack me? Why aren't you saying anything? She sips her tea. I take another gulp in frustration. I came all the way over here last time too, you know? Do you think I'm just a dog that shows up when you call? Look, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. The excitement over the past few days has really been getting to me. Or maybe it's the warmth of the tea. Maybe we should just cool our heads a bit. Sorry, I'll head out. When I try to stand up, I trip over nothing. Huh? It's like my dorsal half turned to lead. I narrowly avoid falling backwards and catch myself on the couch, which I then slide off of in turn. Huh? Everything in the room must have been replaced with an exact replica. I know that if I were to reach out and touch it, the surfaces would peel away easily, sliding off of their skeletons like a ripe fruit, perfectly degloved. Raine is suddenly there. I didn't see her move at all. Am I Sick?
Yeah.
I feel her pinching my cheek, but I don't see her move.
Something like that.
Part 2. Pandora. Pure white. That's the field of snow that fills my vision. The sun reflecting off of it is so bright it makes my eyes water. But it's not cold at all. Unless that's the sun? Oh, come on.
Saves you the trouble of waking him up.
That voice is... Raine?
He got you already.
Shut up, or I'll hang up on you.
You wouldn't do...
The phone rings again, and she picks it up.
What's your fucking problem?
The phone rings again. Ready to behave, B?
Yes, Sensei. I told you to be nice. Hi, Sensei. Don't worry, it's Hanako sitting here nice and quiet. B and I were just talking about what a big sweetie you were.
You know I can call other people, right?
Ugh, she's such a bitch. Shut up. I'm as quiet as a mouse, Sensei.
Hanako, the higher voice, trills and then stays true to her promise. She's met with a sigh. As my eyes adjust to the light, I see Raine sitting at her desk behind 2 tripods, one with the light, the other with a digital camera. The glow of her computer screen illuminates her slender figure and the furrow in her brow. And as for me, I'm on my knees. Something burning around my chest is keeping the rest of me from touching the ground. I don't even know what to ask. My head is still swimming from dizziness. I blink spots out of my eyes. I rub my prickling hands together to no avail. Raine, what's going on? Raine unscrews the camera from its seat. Her feet, in socks with a cute flower pattern, crinkle on the tarp as she walks toward me. Wordlessly, she holds out the screen. Oh, this is strange. I wonder if I'm still dreaming. Bunny suit, obviously. She points at me. Shibari. She points at the ceiling.
Why?
B wanted the bunny suit, and Violet wanted the shibari. She says so matter-of-factly, as if it were the shoes she chose to put on in the morning.
I'm just happy to be here,
Hanako chimes in. But why am I... You're annoying. About time. I try to shift position, but my body is rendered completely immobile. I only manage to rub myself against the ropes. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. What's so funny? What am I doing here? We have a lot of fun together, don't we? Is this because you like me? This is kind of extreme. And is this cheating? Gabrielle didn't answer my sort of confession yet, but I think fleetingly of how her hand would feel running down my body, and I twitch involuntarily. You should focus. My ears ring from the force of the blow. For such a weak girl, she really has a mean slap. We're just having a little girls' night, right, ladies?
Right, Sensei?
So it isn't a dream. The pair of women's voices is tinged with laughter. Think of it as a bachelor party.
Right. You should be thanking us.
Not so chatty anymore. What happened? Not interested in talking anymore? Now that you used me to get to Gabrielle?
It's not like that. I like you too, Raine. Even though I'm at her mercy, I feel a brief moment of pity. I'm sorry, Raine. This must be frustrating. Can we talk about it? I don't think this is right. I see the muscles of her jaw working and the tension in her narrow shoulders as she looks down at me. Her spotlight lights up like a lonely halo. The moon, eclipsed by Gabrielle, who could have anything she wanted. Just let me go, okay?
Are you serious? You stupid piece of shit? You think everything is about you, don't you? Don't you?
My face stings. Tears start to prickle at the corners of my eyes, even though I try to hold them in. Where did she get that? She's holding something long and... Fire blossoms across my thigh, and I cry out involuntarily.
What the fuck do you know? You're just meat to me. My phone crackles back to life. Sensei, you okay? Come on, don't beat him up yet. What's happening? Did you even get a picture? These two are really annoying right now. But as some of my most devoted followers, they deserve something nice. I keep telling myself. And they sent me all of these tools. I feel the smooth weight of the switch in my hand. It feels good, precise. Yeah. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Humiliating to be seen like this. Laid open. Pitiable. Pitied by this thing I didn't even want to begin with. A deep breath or two. Let's get back to work. Well, so, since you three can't see anything, I'll be giving a live narration. Don't worry, I'll edit us out of the footage later. The footage? Raine, don't call me that. A little scream escapes behind his gritted teeth as it hits the same spot. Perfect aim. I've always been good with my hands. Always. You should be quiet unless I tell you to speak.
Wait.
His whole body tightens in pain. A thin line of drool runs out of his mouth. Fitting. He makes an aborted motion to wipe it off. So concerned with appearances, even now. So, the first thing the people would like to know is... I pass the imaginary microphone to my viewers. How does your body feel, sweetie? B asks. He looks up in disbelief.
Bad?
Am I going too hard, too fast? But his voice still has plenty of energy in it. Did he bother to wonder that about me? Bad answer. Be descriptive.
My knees hurt, and my hands are going numb. And my leg hurts too. You hit me really hard.
A kicked puppy. You're not supposed to rub their noses in their mess anymore. That's just inhumane. More.
I don't know. This feels weird. I can't move. I'm scared.
Keep it up. Maybe this will help. I step a little closer and run my hand over one of his cheeks, glowing red. He jerks away from me.
It stings. It stings where you hit me.
Keep your eyes open.
Your hand is cold.
It feels better.
Good boy, Hanako says.
You would think I slapped him again. His face colors down to his neck. A bright, violent, gaudy pink. Embarrassed? Of course. A warning look is enough this time. He stumbles to cut himself off. Did you bite your tongue? Yeah. Let me see it. He sticks his tongue out. I grab it and dig my thumbnail in. This thing that intruded into my mouth, licking all over my teeth, enjoying it when I drank his spit. I pinch harder, wondering if I can draw blood. The way he tries to say stop makes me smile. The second best thing to peeling my own skin off to scour it clean.
Is he being good now?
The excitement is palpable in B's voice through the receiver. He's slobbering like a dog. Disgusting.
That's the best part.
I step away. The last thing I want is to be stuck cutting hours of footage of my own back. I thought this would feel good, cathartic, but it feels mostly irritating, banal, a little nauseating. I lift my nail to my mouth to chew on, and remember too late I just wiped off his drool. Whatever. I pick up a pair of nitrile gloves after washing my hands. Across the room, he looks absurd, pale, vulnerable. A little whimper as we make eye contact, and I snap the first glove on. That's not too bad, isn't it? The crying is a bit much. Something in my body simmers when he looks away in fear. I move the camera closer so I can stand behind it. What's next?
Sensei!
Violet's been quiet for a while, but she purrs softly now.
Mind if I take control for a while?
Yeah, whatever. Shoot.
Pull down his top.
The cups of the suit fall away easily, nothing to support them. He looks more upset than when I hit him, but he doesn't say anything.
What do you see, Raine?
I tied it like you said.
Then the rope is making his cute chest stand out, right? Just like a girl's.
I suppose so. The flesh bulges out under my ties. Maybe it's a bit too tight. The flesh is turning purple underneath. These absent thoughts ebb and flow through my mind. The rope type, the urge to wipe the sweat off my hands.
I heard you're a little desperate puppy, Running after so many women at once, but now 4 are giving you attention. Isn't that nice?
Answer her.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. Raine, be a dear and touch him a little.
Huh?
Don't be shy. It's like I'm right there with you.
She talks me through it all, running a single finger down his pale neck, pinching at his exposed flesh, leaving scratches wherever she pleases. When I pull at the ropes, he whines at the abrasion, but focus on the intensity of the sensation, Violet says, and he screws his eyes shut. Being vulnerable is a gift, she says. We're not just being mean to you, dear. Maybe it tickles or it's a little itchy, but that's your body getting used to accepting me. Don't look away. Look at me. Look at me. On her command, I let him out of the suspension and he crumples onto the ground, panting, eyes glazed over. Arms and legs still bound. He couldn't run if he tried. Good boy, Damien. What do you want, sweetheart? I use my foot to turn him onto his back. You deserve a reward. Tell us what you want. On her command, I slice his clothes open with my box cutter. Good boy, Damien. A few lines down the flimsy fabric. Careful not to nick skin, close enough to be a threat. When my blade lingers, he moans out loud. Good boy, Damien. Good girl, Raine, she says. I stab down. I have the presence of mind to hang up before throwing my phone at the wall. Should be fine. These things are indestructible. The honeymoon we were in is broken, extinguished like a single match would be in the ocean. Oh, he's screaming. I pull a paint rag out of my bag and shove it in his mouth, down his throat. When he spits it out, I tape it in. I guess I never recovered from burnout. At the tender age of 20, it's over. Everyone who patted me on the back for being creative or unique or hardworking or whatever, where are they now? Get into this school, score on this test, go to this piano recital, whatever. I killed it. I fucking crushed it. The first reward I got as an adult was my parents turning off the cash pipe if I waste any of their money doing any more of those creepy drawings or sculpting those creepy people. Oh, don't go to art school. You're just going to meet a bunch of perverts on drugs. Go to college, though. You're going to embarrass me in front of my friends. What friends? They only keep you around so they can waggle their better improved daughter in front of your face. Meet a boyfriend. Oh, don't let him think you're easy, though. Don't drop out. Come home. You'll have to take care of me. Your brother is busy with better things. Men don't like a girl that gets used up. What about that nice boy from elementary school? He's majoring in business. Yeah, thanks. I'm dying to get impregnated by a guy I saw try to put his whole hand up his nose. I twist the box cutter before pulling it out. What an ugly noise. You age out of compliments. That's why adults just keep getting worse as they get older. Nobody compliments you for doing the bare minimum anymore, so the bar just keeps dropping lower and lower, and nobody wants to do shit unless it's served to them on a plate. That's why, if you haven't learned how to wash your ass until you're an adult, it's over. The inside is better. Cute and pink and red and cream, untouched. Exposed to the air for the first time. Now it's dirty. Isn't that a shame? It's dirty as soon as you see it. Isn't that so fucking sad? A long, bleak life stretches out ahead of me. What the fuck are you supposed to do about that? The more life everyone experiences, the more they think they know exactly who you are. Put exactly as much effort in as you need to beat the person who wants the same thing you want. It's not even that much. The world is full of lukewarm idiots who give up if you blow on them. As soon as they think, oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass, all done. You're the king of whatever moronic thing you wanted. And then they leave you alone. That's how things are supposed to work. I cut open the arms that held me, as gently as they held me. Where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. My first mistake was making a friend. The best thing about online friends is that they stay in their box. When you don't like them, you unplug them. No matter what they say to you, you can unplug them. No matter how they make you feel, it's just an illusion. So what if the image gets burnt into your TV? It's not there anymore. People IRL can do insane crap like show up at your door. talk to you through the door while you piss, rub your back when you throw up, brush your hair behind your ear, hug you, leave you, move on, find someone else to do all those things to, hurt you, 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 hurt you. The box cutter isn't sharp enough, but my kitchen knife is. Remember, you need to be careful not to cut any organs when cleaning a fish. My mom taught me that one, ripping the knife out of my hands when I spilled its insides all over the sink. One nick to the membrane and it all comes spilling, 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 spilling. My second mistake was remembering what it felt like to want things. What you don't want can't hurt you. What's so good about this guy anyway? What does she see in him that I don't? These aren't sounds a human should be hearing, even through the gag. His eye explodes when I stab it. What's so good about this guy anyway? What does he have that I don't? I realize that I'm not angry anymore as I look into the empty cavern of his neck. There's something strange. My body is shaking. Oh, I'm laughing. I chase the firefly of a certain strange feeling as I cut open his cheek. Maybe it's that he can't see anymore, and that's what makes me find him cute. Maybe it's the way his tongue twitched shyly in my hand before I cut it out. Maybe it's the way his teeth are lined up, just a little sloppy, a little out of order. It takes some work, but I pull one out. The cute little hole it leaves pulses at me invitingly. A feeling I thought I'd never feel again flows through my chest and out my ears like sea foam. It's the feeling of popping candy and soap bubbles filling the space behind my eyes. The prickling in my throat as though I might cry, something between wanting and elation. The feeling I tasted while wide-eyed, dreaming that the future in front of me was an endless expanse of starry space. Is it joy? Seeing something nobody has seen before? To be the first and last person to open him up like this? Is it love? The thought makes my chest tight and my eyes prickle with tears. It's such a beautiful, ephemeral feeling that I feel slipping away just as fast as I grasp it. It's love, isn't it? A shaky breath splutters through him, and I watch his windpipe ripple. I lean in to kiss it. I had this stupid dream of a permanent exhibit. Something shocking that worms its way into the consciousness. An ant that crawls in your sleep into every crevice of the brain. That permeates the veins and makes the skin crawl. That lays dormant, then gives a noose around the neck that may as well be grief, the way it crawls back into daydreams when you most try to drive it out. That's never going to happen. I stop the recording. This is as good as it's going to get. A bloody garden, just for the two of us. When you think about it, it's all kind of your fault. That just existing wasn't enough for me anymore. Yeah, it's all your fault. I was so close to holding it in. I get a text. It's from Gabrielle. I don't bother reading it. Sorry, Gabby. Sorry, Raine. Sorry, other club members whose names escape me. Far beyond my obligations to any club, to anyone else, I swore to myself I'd abandon my childish toys in favor of a man's pleasures, that I'd complete my metamorphosis. So, instead of helping those two at the maid cafe, I'm gonna go on a double date with a girl who reminds me of an older sister and a girl who reminds me of a younger brother, who are also already dating each other at an anime convention. It's not exactly how I imagined emerging from the chrysalis would be, but I think it's hard to complain with any future that involves a beauty on each arm. I post up at the appointed place, appointed time, and they appear, appointedly. Yo. Good morning. Hey. I can feel the love in this anime convention this morning. It feels like hot, cheap coffee still settling in my guts. Not really used to being up in atoms so early. But change is the goal, I suppose. After a long and grueling pupation, my imago is almost within view.
But I didn't know you were into this kind of thing too, Dame. Don't tell me Vi dragged you along too.
I did. I was gonna be here anyway, but she did invite me to hang out with both of you. I'm sure to say both, clearly, so there's no misunderstanding.
Hell yeah. Please tell me you watch shows that I don't need to read.
So Vi didn't warn her ahead of time, but she seems to have gotten over the shock quickly. Ollie's pretty easygoing. Maybe the boundary I thought I was crossing was never there to begin with. Maybe she's okay with this too. Okay with me. This is the beginning of something fun. Something called the three of us. I stifle my schoolboy excitement. Patience, Damien. The day's still young. It didn't occur to me to ask about it when you invited me, Vi, but I didn't know you two liked anime?
Anime's okay.
You don't gotta be shy, Ollie. We're already here.
Not being shy, bozo. I watched a lot of Dragon Ball Z because it's badass, and a lot of Sailor Moon because... normal reasons. Because of my normal reasons.
Because of the outfit changes.
I plead the fifth.
I still think you'd enjoy Revolutionary Girl Utena.
I don't want to read subtitles.
I'm not buying the entire series a second time. What sort of shows do you like, Vi? I usually don't have time for serials, but besides Utena... Ollie looks at me like I just walked face first into a cactus.
Aimed for the Top and its recent sequel series are among my favorites. The adaptation of Urasawa's Monster is also quite good, though I do recommend reading it instead. The same guidance holds true for Gantz as well. If you're open to manga, I'd also recommend Appleseed, Nausicaa, and Akira. Hibernite Renmei is, I feel, underappreciated. Paranoia Agent is excellent, as well as the rest of Ponsan's Oeuvre. I adore Ghost in the Shell and Standalone Complex, though I prefer the original film. Cat Soup is also a favorite, and I'm tremendously enjoying Masaki Yuasa's ongoing Kemonozume.
And, of course, Ginga Eiyu Dentetsu, though I'll admit it's a bit dry. Does that one come in English? No, and my laserdiscs aren't subtitled either. Of course, if you're willing to learn the language. I'm struggling with beginning Japanese 1 as is, so we'll call that one aspirational. Honestly, I didn't realize she was that passionate about anything. Beneath that stony demeanor, Vi's cute? Actually, it occurs to me. You're in the anime club, aren't you? Yeah. Kind of her to use the present tense. What sort of shows do you like, anyway? Romance stuff. She gives me that little smile again. Must be nice for her to be able to talk with someone about anime for once, even if... Cute. I'm not exactly as cultured in my tastes as she is. Ollie's soul appears to have left her body. Might be a good idea to keep things moving. The con itself, for being put on almost in its entirety by the school's anime club, is shockingly competent. It only kind of feels like a bunch of 20-somethings playing pretend. High schoolers, driven in by their parents, cavort around campus, probably fantasizing about when they get to reach independence. There's cosplayers, there's people selling prints, might be from the art program. Someone lugged some sound equipment over and some guys are playing anime theme songs on a keyboard. There's the Maid Cafe, the sign for which I spy next to a cracked open door with a modest line of people leading out of it. I'm not racked with guilt or anything, but I do feel a little bad. I try not to meet any of my other club members' gazes as we walk around.
What's a maid cafe?
Damien. She looks at me with sincere-seeming inquisitiveness. Wait, really? It's, suddenly a familiar feeling. A thing that screams to me, run, leave. It's like a cafe, but there's girls in maid outfits who serve you food and stuff.
Maid outfits?
Yeah, like French maids with the big skirts and aprons and ruffles, and they act all formal and call you master and stuff. I shouldn't be shocked you'd...
We gotta go.
Olive?
Vivian?
No.
Come on, French maids, skirts, and that other stuff Dame said.
There's a line. We'll miss the film screening.
But the sign says it'll be closed by the time we're out.
That's too bad. Wasn't expecting to have to play mediator so early, but that said, there's not really a way to do both. I'd really prefer to avoid Gabrielle and Raine, all things considered, so siding with Vi is probably the play here. Though I worry if she's here for a screening, I might be in for a different kind of trial. What exactly is the screening, anyway? A favorite, Mind Game, feature directorial debut of Masaki Yuasa. It's... well, I don't want to spoil anything. New experiences are best enjoyed with open eyes and a clear mind. But I think you might find some resonance with it, Damien, if you watch attentively. That name sounds vaguely familiar. She might have mentioned it during her deluge of anime watching bona fides. That could be fun.
French maids.
Chin up, Ollie. There's always time for French maids later. Maybe Vi will... Never mind. We settle in for the movie, in a large classroom with a projector screen, helpfully signposted as cinema with some Japanese text beneath. It's an experience. Loud and colorful and strange and nuanced. Arresting, pointed, and more than a few feet above my head. Would that I could see what Vi sees. But more importantly, it's a first date. After the unexpected emotional whirlwind of the anime convention, Professor Walter's class felt stable, reliable, comforting. Less intimidating than it did at the start of the semester, honestly. I wasn't much better at biology, but I wasn't afraid of touching the equipment anymore. Progress is progress. The important thing is that I'm feeling more motivated lately.
Guts, blood and guts.
And my day-to-day life has certainly become more eventful. It's a tiny tissue sample under a slide, and unless you're seeing something I'm not, there's definitely no blood.
You gotta use your imagination, man. Doesn't it feel like we're doing some sort of mad science right now? Sample or not, it's intestines, so it counts as guts. Who knows how it made the journey from some poor schmuck's belly to our microscope?
I don't need to reply. Ollie launches into a speculative and frankly rather morbid rant about where the college gets the material for their experiments from. I vaguely register her repeating a first-hand account of someone else's third-hand account of a time a local guy holding his large intestines in with both hands calmly took a bus to the hospital.
When he fished for change in his pockets to pay the fare? No shit? His kidney fell out, rolled around until it hit a lady's shoe, and
when I noticed Vi diligently working with another pair of lab partners on the far side of the room. Now there was a woman that could make even leaning over to calibrate the lenses on a microscope look elegant. My heart leaps with tentative hope. Getting to know Vi and Ollie hasn't always been the smoothest experience, but I can feel myself slowly molding into someone that they need, filling a gap that neither of them were probably even aware existed between them. I start to wonder if there was ever any actual doubt in my mind that I wanted to unwrap this cold beauty, make a home for myself in the warmth that she kept hidden from the world. If I decide on a science major, I'll have an excuse to keep seeing her, to keep chipping away at that shell. I could even see myself being a real friend to Ollie given time. If they're a package deal, I might as well come to terms with that now.
And when they checked the CCTV, the guy wasn't in any of the footage. So, like, where did they get the lungs for the transplant?
As long as Ollie isn't around all the time. More often than not, I find myself dumbfounded at some point in every conversation we have. That's crazy.
Wow, thanks a lot. I tell a kick-ass ghost story and that's all I get out of you? I really had you pegged as a piss your pants and cry kind of guy.
I find myself glancing back in Vi's direction, suddenly self-conscious that she might overhear this conversation and think I'm an eager participant in it. Ollie's antics could be amusing, but I was trying to take this class seriously. Well, I was trying to look like I was taking it seriously. Sorry, I guess I got distracted when I checked out the clock. Why don't we get back to the experiment? Next time you tell me a ghost story, I'll be a better audience. Promise.
Fine, fine. Slide the microscope over. I'll pop the yucky gut sample in there and take a look-see.
Inwardly, I let out a sigh of relief. Ollie might think I'm boring as a pile of rocks, but we're getting back on task. Oh, whoops. Actually, the power cord was pretty knotted up when I plugged it in, so I'm not sure how much it can move.
Huh. Here, I thought you were just hogging all the science to yourself this whole time. Science pervert. I suppose I can pop under the table and untangle it real quick, if you ask nice.
I briefly consider accepting that offer, but waiting for her to untangle the cord when we've already wasted so much time chit-chatting sounds like a hassle. Nah, don't bother. We only need a few extra inches of slack. Just give it a tug, Ollie.
Ew. Give it a tug, Ollie.
On one hand, I didn't end up having to say anything in my own defense for that god-awful wording. On the other hand, it was only because pulling sharply on the cable at my direction made the plug pop free from the outlet like a cork on a champagne bottle. I don't want to look. I already know what I'm going to see, so I keep my eyes shut and pretend I'm invisible for a few blissful seconds. I pretend that every single person in the lab isn't craning their necks to see which pair of idiots broke thousands of dollars worth of equipment. Footsteps approach. Are either of you hurt? The question comes so gently that I'm briefly stunned into silence. This was a far cry from the biting, blunt way of speaking that I'd come to associate with Vi. If she was irritated with me or Ollie, she was doing a hell of a job compartmentalizing that feeling. TA first, personal relationship second. Damn, so cool. Yeah, we're all good, I think. When I glance over at Ollie, though, I think I might have been a little presumptuous to use the word we. She didn't seem to be hurt, but her closed fist was still wrapped around the power cord. The gravity of the situation seemed to be sinking in, a foreign mixture of embarrassment and anxiety replacing her usual carefree expression. A self-effacing smile was stuck on her face, but it was clearly forced.
Shit, that's, not what I meant to do. For reals.
I let out a dry laugh, but Vi seems irritated by Ollie's response. Of course not. Perhaps it's my fault for not explicitly and repeatedly cautioning you all to refrain from horseplay in the lab. I should have considered the possibility that some students just... Vi pauses, closing her eyes and taking a measured breath. They just don't take the work seriously. The exchange is cordial enough in tone that the rest of our classmates were already back to minding their own business, but the implications were rancid. Vi's criticism was squarely directed at Ollie. Even though I knew I wasn't blameless in this situation, my jaw felt like it was cemented shut. I felt bad for Ollie. Just not bad enough to throw myself on this particular sword for her. Vi wasn't wrong, after all. I would have been happy to keep my head down and do the experiment without making a fuss, but Ollie wasn't taking it seriously. Wait, that's not fair. And now she was going to turn it into a full-blown argument if I didn't step in to mediate. Hey, nothing we can do about it now, right? It's not like we gassed out the whole lab, so cleanup should be quick. We. Look at me, sharing nebulous responsibility with my rowdy lab partner. I've grown so much. I look from Vi to Ollie, hoping one or both of them will take the cue to dust our hands off and move past the whole blame game. I'll grab the broom and dustpan, or whatever. Sound good? But I don't get enthusiastic agreement, but things seem to be on their way to cooling down. I resist the urge to puff out my chest. Hopefully, Vi and Ollie are beginning to realize how much easier their lives would be with a skilled mediator on hand. Fair point. I'll let you handle it then. Good boy. I can feel exactly how red my cheeks turn at those two simple words. Two halves of my brain start a bare-knuckle boxing match over them. I hate it, but I also love it. Either way, I get the strangest sense that Marshall will clap me on the back and call me a lucky bastard when I recount this whole exchange to him later. I might have kept standing there slack-jawed if Ollie didn't knock into me on her way out of the classroom. Huh. I guess she was still upset. The rest of my time in lab passes without incident. I mean, I spend a not insignificant amount of time with my cheeks pressed against the floor tiles as I search for any debris that could have detached from my microscope and rolled away. And Professor Walters tells me to schedule lab time to finish the assignment on another day. So, I'm momentarily surprised when Vi comes back to my table once the other students are filing out. When I see her begin to gather Ollie's belongings and pack them into her forgotten bag, though, it occurs to me that she never did come back. I hope she isn't taking things too hard. It was just an accident. I'm not overly concerned. Olive has a talent for picking herself back up quickly. Vi walks around the table until she's standing next to me, eyes cast downward in contemplation. Apparently coming to a decision, she deposits Ollie's bag into my arms with a single decisive gesture. I'll trust you to get these back to her. You can do that, right? If I had a tail, it would be wagging like crazy. You hear that, world? She trusts me. Oh, for sure. You guys can count on me, Vi. Only, am I supposed to know where the hell she went? Interpreting my hesitation like a second language, Vi lets out a somewhat weary sigh. Ollie's always had a talent for channeling negative emotions into something productive. Not academics, unfortunately, but she tends to seek refuge in her hobbies. Vi pauses. She looks at me and waits. Oh shit, you're a genius. Language. This is still a classroom, Damien. Vi's scolding doesn't dampen the high of feeling a light bulb blink to life somewhere in the dusty attic of my head. If I'm being honest, The scolding is kinda starting to do it for me. Don't worry, I got this. But it's getting kind of dark, so I should, get going getting it. Swiftly. I'm not a poet, sue me.
You do that. Good luck, Damien.
There's enough light that I don't have any trouble following the increasingly familiar trail to Ollie's home base. She mentioned wanting to tidy up and make room for some new materials, but not what she wanted to make next. Man, I hope I don't get roped into extracurricular hard labor. Knock knock? Weird. I half expected to see Ollie scurrying back and forth, working out her frustrations by tossing long pieces of water-damaged wood into piles. Things do look a little tidier than the last time I was here, but a budding carpenter is conspicuously absent from the scene. Was Vi off base? Did Ollie come here and leave already? My eye is drawn to the blue tarp slung over the tree like a makeshift shelter. For some reason, I'm compelled to look behind it. Ollie?
Part 2. Euthanasia.
My head hurts. There's a blissful moment where I recall being hung over after the bonfire. That dull ache radiating from the inside of my skull. Proof that I was a regular guy doing regular college things. When I open my eyes, what will I see? The familiar ceiling of my dorm room? I blink, but my brain doesn't register what I'm looking at. I blink a few more times. It's difficult to focus as my brain begins to process information from all 5 senses at once. I have to sort through it one by one, or it'll never get through. I feel pain. Definitely pain. Some of it could charitably be classified as an ache, but it's a much more layered experience than that single word. It's inside and outside, radiating out from one general hemisphere of my poor skull. If I try to hone in on the exact sensation any longer, I feel certain that I'm going to spill the sour contents of my stomach into the cold dirt. Dirt, that's what I smell. Dirt and plastic. I'm flat on my back, but I seem to have crawled my way onto a cleaner surface than the damp forest floor. When I manage to turn my head, condensation from my breath collects on this unfamiliar material. My mouth tastes bad. My tongue is dry. A sticky line of drool connects the corner of my chapped lips to a vanishing point somewhere in my hairline. It reminds me that I'm thirsty and unlikely to encounter a convenient source of water anytime soon. I don't need a good look around to know where I am. A small mercy, with the violent way the ground beneath me continues to lurch and wobble like an ornery horse determined to buck off its rider. The woods. Right, wasn't I looking for Ollie? Fuck. I almost don't recognize the voice when I hear it. In between the sound of hard earth being scraped, tense muttering cuts through nature's unassuming ambiance. I consider the possibility that I'm injured, and Ollie is worried about my well-being. She wouldn't be my top choice for a first responder, but it's gonna be fine. This is exactly how Vi would handle it. It takes some effort, but I manage to turn my head and squint into the darkness. It's heartening to hear Ollie considering what her level-headed friend would do in this situation, but no. Vi would have a fucking shovel, not this improvised bullshit. Why is she gouging chunks of grass and dirt out of the ground with the back of a claw hammer? The demanding, throbbing pain in my head screams for attention, like a self-aware klaxon. Adrenaline forces my eyes open, desperate to make sense of the situation. My body moves on autopilot. Any conscious input from me was beyond useless at this point. I stagger to my feet and run as fast as they can carry me.
Hey. Hey! You son of a...
I desperately want to rationalize what's happening to me, but it's a futile effort. Ollie snuck up behind me and hit me in the head with a hammer. She tried to kill me. She was in the middle of executing a half-baked plan to dispose of my body. My half-frozen muscles burn from the effort of running. The cold air stings like hell, and I realize I'm fucking naked. My bare foot slips on a soft pile of autumn leaves. I trip and fall forward. I push against the ground and steady myself on my knees, but the sudden interruption of my frantic escape makes my body rebel against me. I vomit all over the backs of my hands. The stress of running makes me hack and cough. My lungs burn. My throat burns. I retch again, stomach empty. I think I start to sob. Nothing about this is fair.
Well, that didn't take long.
Adding insult to injury, apparently I didn't even make it very far.
Did Vi tell you? Growing up, my home life wasn't so good. I wouldn't say it was bad. Plenty of people had it worse, but I wasn't getting all the stuff a kid needs to turn out right. Vi's family looked nice in comparison, but they had their own issues. All I saw was the big family meals and their big house. You're curious, aren't you? I can tell. Anytime we talk about Vi, your eyes light right the fuck up. Well, too bad. Not my story to tell. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, by the way. If anything, it's like I'm looking in a mirror. Did you notice? We're actually pretty alike. I guess that's why I figured you should get a second chance. It's like, shit, I've been there. Misbehaving gets you attention, so why stop? Plus, you scurry like a damn rabbit. I was like, fuck, look at him go. Then, like, god damn it, I got puke on my shoes. Anyways, if no one teaches you how to act, you never learn. No. My cheek stings, red and swollen. I curl into myself, retreating further back into the makeshift shelter that Ollie constructed for me. How long have I been here? If the sun rose and fell once, how many more times has it happened? It feels like ages, but I can't accept that. Someone would notice if I was gone. We aren't even that far from campus. Vi knows where I am. She knows that I went to find Ollie. She must be worried about me. Are you even listening? Christ's sake, it's like talking to a wall. Hot tears sting my eyes. Gaze cast downward, I see Ollie shove a plastic tray in front of me. A squat water bottle, half of a dry sandwich, an apple. It might as well be a feast. I reach out, but she tugs it backward again. Using those grabby hands is how you got yourself in this situation. You gotta earn it. I dare to meet her eye, but the corner of her frown twitches further downward. When I sniffle pathetically and look away again, she lets out a low hum that almost sounds like tepid approval. I learned early on that I didn't need words anymore. Our every exchange was the same, in essence. A transfer of power, where she slowly siphoned away my personhood. Ollie squatted beside me like a patient guardian. I couldn't stand up, even if she'd let me. After my first escape attempt, she put her hammer to use again while I was unconscious.
My badly swollen ankle looked like the world's ugliest watercolor painting, dappled almost black purple and putrid green. The skin peeled away after the same spot was struck too many times, chipped pieces of bone threaded through the flesh like sewing pins. If I wanted to go anywhere, now I could only crawl. And I want to pretend that I don't know what Ollie wants, but feigning ignorance isn't going to save me. I'm being domesticated. The only factor within my control is how difficult the process will be.
Hey.
Ollie grasps my chin, swiveling my head from side to side and speaking slowly.
Last chance, or I'm taking the food away.
We're both quiet. She sighs and begins to pull away. I grasp her very small wrist loosely. I dip my head down. I hesitantly lick the back of her hand, then her palm. Her fingers curl slightly as I timidly tickle the sensitive skin with my dry tongue.
Good boy. I used to beg Vi's parents to adopt me. It's actually so embarrassing when I think back on it. I heard him compare me to a stray dog a few times, but I was too young to know it was mean-spirited. I loved animals. I'm a dog? Sick. What kind? Like playing pretend. Her folks thought animals were dirty, but Vi liked them just as much as I did. When she told him she wanted a pet, it turned into a whole thing. She wanted a pet? They'd make her work for it. She already made good grades, but now they had to be perfect. More chores, harder chores. I taught Vi how a lawnmower works. They made her save money and fill out the paperwork. Obviously, she managed to do it all. Vi's like that. Never saw her give up on something she wants. Picked out a dog from the local shelter that no one else wanted. Not a little puppy or some show dog with perfect pedigree or whatever. His name was Oliver. Man, I hated that dog. I don't think I knew how to hate anything till I met it, but I hated it so fucking bad. It was a good dog though, sorta giddy, needed some extra training, but Vi wanted to do the research and put in the time. I never saw her smile so big. I needed it gone. Yes, nice work. You can listen when you wanna, right?
Time blends into stretches of light or dark. I'm either alone or I'm with Ollie. Minutes, hours, and days are meaningless measurements. I don't need them. And doesn't take long for me to learn the things she wants to teach me anyway. Once I move past the initial discomfort, it's easy. Humiliation is a clean slate. I don't eat unless she feeds me. I don't relieve myself unless she tells me to. When I mess up, she punishes me. I deserve it.
Quit the misbehaving. Do you want your dinner or not?
In these moments, I see the similarities between her and Vi so clearly. I still wonder if she knows what happened to me. Ollie tells me that she was able to give Vi her bookshelf. It's not a secret anymore. Maybe I'm the new secret project. I'm the trash that no one will miss. I can be recycled into something worthy of these women who see potential within my rot. I'm grateful to Ollie, even if she isn't always happy with me.
You might not be a lost cause after all. Good boy, Damien.
I smile when Ollie comes to see me, to take care of me. After a while, she smiles back. I get her to scratch me behind the ear. I roll onto my back and show her my vulnerable belly. She laughs. I'm too comfortable. I like it too much. My compliance slowly begins to yield diminishing returns. I get hard for Ollie. She pretends not to notice. That hurts worse than the hammer ever did. Eventually, it's a near constant ache that I feel for Ollie and Vi. My body submitted even faster than my mind did. I start to imagine that this is still all part of the fucked up game that Marshall was teaching me to play. I'm winning. They love me. I'm such a good little puppy. Of course they love me. When I don't get the kind of attention I want, I piss on the tarp bed that Ollie made me.
I was just a kid. It's a shitty excuse, but I didn't think things through. But Vi's parents were the ones that put the idea in my head. They were always going on about how shelter dogs were broken or some shit. They end up there 'cause no one wants them. They told Vi if he ever hurt her, Oliver would go right back. I don't know. That did something to me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if Oliver attacked Vi when I wasn't around? I wanted something to justify how I felt about the whole thing. I never wanted anyone to get really hurt, but one day, like I said, I don't know. Gouged my face with my nails, right in front of Vi. Just proves how stupid the whole thing was. I didn't even hide what I was doing. Went crying to her parents. I think they were hoping I'd do it, crazy as that sounds. They sent me home. Called animal control, I think. I thought Vi would get over it. Like, yeah, she was mad for a bit, but it was a dumb dog. Someone else could adopt Oliver, who cares? Later, Vi explained bite history to me. Shelters take that shit real serious. A lot of them don't take back dogs that bite. She used that real calm, scary voice. You've heard it. Told me her parents made sure the shelter knew exactly what Oliver did to me. Oh man, I really fucked things up with Damien. I spent a lot of time going back and forth about it in my head. Tried not to get all smash happy with the hammer again. Maybe I could train him up, make him safe for Vi to be around. It seemed like it was working too. But then, I wasn't doing it for Vi anymore. I was Vi. I took everything I learned from being at her side all this time and used it on him. It bothered me that I started liking it, that he liked it, because we both crossed a line we weren't supposed to. I kept thinking, this is how Vi would do it. She'll be proud of me. But the funny thing is, Vi never even asked what happened to him. Never wondered why he was gone or even said his name again. If she had to acknowledge he ever existed, she called him that dropout. Like it was a fact he was gone and she never expected to see him again. I realized, oh, she doesn't want him. She never did. If I drag him back to her now, she won't like it. It's kinda for the best. Damien's a lost cause. Maybe Oliver deserved the benefit of the doubt. I don't regret trying to make up for what I did to him, but it wasn't gonna work. Hey there, you ready to learn a new trick? When Damien looks up at me all starry-eyed, I gotta grit my teeth like hell to keep smiling at him. It'll be over soon enough. I don't want to see his face while it happens. I spin my pointer finger and click my tongue. Remember roll over? It's kinda like that, but lay flat on your belly. He has the fucking nerve to look excited about it. This is why he'd never be able to measure up as a dog, let alone as a person. It's still all about him. What's fun for Damien? What kind of reward Damien can get if he's good? He's fucking selfish. He didn't learn a damn thing because he never wanted to. Good boy. Now keep still for me. I plant my feet on either side of him and bend down. It's quick and easy to tie his hands behind his back. The braided plastic cable won't break on me. He whines because it's probably too tight, but I can't have him flailing around on me. He's rotten, but he can't help it. He doesn't understand. It's for his own good. I sit on his back. Before I can lose my nerve, I slide a narrow piece of plastic over his face. I grab a fistful on each side, a few inches behind his ears. I twist the ends around each other so it pulls over his mouth and nose nice and tight. He fidgets beneath me, but I squeeze him hard round the middle with my knees. For a second, I worry he'll panic and thrash around, but he just groans pathetically. The plastic goes round when he makes a noise and sucks into his mouth when he tries to breathe. He's trying his damnedest to keep still, just like I told him. Shh, it's okay. It's gonna be fine. My voice is hoarse, like I'm choking right there along with him. His body contorts involuntarily. He tries to kick against the ground, as if desperate to crawl out from under me. If he didn't get himself all beaten up, he might have managed it. I gather up both ends of the plastic in one tight fist to free up one of my hands. I scratch him behind the ear, just the way he likes. Why is it taking so goddamn long? Why can't he just behave himself? I blink away a few stray tears, but I don't break. I gotta be strong until he's gone. When he finally stops moving, I let myself break. I laugh. I laugh and 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 laugh because it's just so fucking funny that I'm doing this shit again. Sorry, Oliver. Sorry, Damien. I'll always win when it comes to Vi. And last but not least, let's travel back and see Vi's ending. Wasn't expecting to have to play mediator so early, but that said, there's not really a way to do both. This might be a good chance. I should encourage Ollie, even if it means... Oh god. If Raine or Gabrielle are in there right now, I'm a dead man. Come on, Vi. Maid cafes are only here and now. We can see a movie anytime. She looks at me like I'm her hero. So that's how it is. I see. I will be attending the film screening, however. Aw. Okay, I guess we can... Ollie, you should enjoy the maid cafe with Damien. Well, okay, if you're, She glances at me uncertainly. Okay with that? You know it. Nice. As Ollie goes to take her place in line, Vi grabs me by the shoulder. Damien. I can't find it in me to speak her name in reply. Have fun. But I'll remind you this triangular arrangement was your suggestion. So, I expect you to make it up to me. You know I will, Vi. Something in her expression darkens. I do. You'll meet me at the library at midnight. Don't disappoint me. Before I can reply, she turns to leave. Weird time and place to meet, but far be it from me to refuse her. Dame, hurry up. Can't hold our spot in line forever. Coming. Our turn comes to partake of the maid cafe before too long.
Ollie's head swivels back and forth, examining the club's maids like a cat watching a tennis match. But I feel a pit forming in the bottom of my stomach. And then that pit opens wide when I hear, "Welcome home, Mass." Welcome home, traitor. What the hell? Hey, Gabrielle, I can explain. Her expression reverts to a gleaming smile in an instant. Sorry, have we met before? Hey, come on, Gabrielle. Gosh, it's just been so busy that I can't recognize all the different people who promised to show up. Thankfully, we have a table that just opened up, perfect for two. Or one person and one ghost that vanishes on their responsibilities without a trace. I can't say much to that. Raine, this one's for you. She slams down some menus on shitty printer paper. Hey, Raine. She turns around. The hell, Dane? Where are you meeting all these cuties? And the hell'd you do to get them so feisty? It's a long story. Just try to enjoy the maid cafe. I'm sure their problem isn't with you. Oh, don't worry about that, Buster. I'm enjoying it plenty already. After a moment, Raine returns. Order. Raine's barely veiled fury is directed wholly at me. I look over at Ollie, who is admiring Raine with a gleam in her eye. Just, hot chocolate, please. My voice quiets pathetically. Raine's scary when she's mad. Hot chocolate for me also, please. Raine turns her head slowly to Ollie. Of course, princess. She finds it in her heart to stifle her anger at me just long enough to make Ollie's day. And in short order, she returns. She attends Ollie first. For you, princess. She presents a cup of hot chocolate, adorns it with a precise dollop of whipped cream, and then deftly draws a little heart on top with some chocolate syrup. Merci. And then she makes her way to me. Raine, She curtly places the hot chocolate in front of me, and then sprays whipped cream haphazardly all over my half of the table, and then writes "kill yourself" in chocolate syrup all over the spray. Oh, my hand slipped. And she walks away, just like that. Ollie, at least, found the whole thing funny, and cheered me up on the way out. She enjoyed herself. With me. And that's the important part. This was 100% a successful first date. I feel like I've been at the library after hours more often than is expected of a freshman who's yet to even pick a major. They usually chase me out around 10. It's midnight now. Only faculty have access after hours. And I suppose teachers' assistants are faculty. Or at least Vi is. It's not hard to imagine Professor Walters having just given her his key so she can do the entirety of his job. She really is a hard worker. Calm and collected, always willing to shoulder another responsibility, never backing down from any challenge. I know I've been leaning towards Ollie, but it's not like Vi is lacking charm either. In fact, she's got it in spades, aces, clubs, and hearts, a stacked deck in more ways than one. Her voice and gaze are steel, her affections honey, and her body, well, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? If I started waxing poetic now, I'd be standing out here all night. Probably freeze to death. I never know whether she sees me as a boy or a man, but she makes me feel like some third thing, somewhere between or beside. No, not some thing. A very specific thing. A dog. Obedient and dumb. Hopelessly enamored. I'd fight anyone to keep my spot in her lap to myself. It's Admittedly harder to pick between her and Ollie than I'd thought before coming here. It'd be nicer not to have to pick. I've got the affection to spare. They're very opposite girls. Ollie's a tomboy, for one, and I like tomboys. Talking to boys is easy, and a girl who is a boy is like chocolate and peanut butter to me. Tasty as hell. But Vi is a woman's woman. A lady, by every definition. I barely know what to say to her, what to make of her. But she's awe-inspiring in that way, too. Makes me want to be more. As ever, I have no real idea what I actually want. My true love, I think, is mercurial. A billowing dream with a woman's vague shape. Trying to nail down the specifics is... well, I suppose I'll be figuring that out soon. As we reach the entrance to the library, obviously empty, besides books and the left-on lights, Vi unlocks the door and ushers me in. And locks the door behind me. I stop in my tracks, watching her do so, and then she turns her gazes to me.
Just making sure.
Making sure?
That no one interrupts.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. She's serious. She's not going to take no for an answer. Good call. That look in her eyes leaves no room for doubt. Something is happening here tonight, whether I like it or not. So, I've bravely decided ahead of time to like it. Though, you just said to meet here, not, like, what you wanted to do.
What I want to do?
Uh-huh.
With you?
Uh-huh.
Right now?
Her lips separated from mine by only an inch. No, half an inch. Eye to eye, toe to toe. Chest to bountiful chest.
Is study.
Oh, come on! Study?
Yes. There's a specific book. You're going to read it with me.
What's the book? She steps up to me, and then to my side, assertively placing a hand on the small of my back.
How about we find some place comfortable to read first? Then I'll tell you all about it.
Hold on. It's not over yet. We're so back. We find our way to a cozy reading spot in the far back corner of the library. It's got a couch and a big table, and beanbags and everything, and it's always swarmed during the day. But it's just us in here tonight. And she's picked a place with a lot of cushioned surface area, hasn't she? Oh, fuck. Okay. Calm down. This might just be, fuck, what did they call that in intro psych? Apohemia? It could be anything. She takes a seat at the edge of the big couch, setting her bag down.
Damien.
Vi?
I'd like you to go retrieve the book for me.
Okay. What's it called?
It's called Hemochrome. It's in the anatomy section. Shiny red cover. Can't miss it.
Okay. What's it about? Her smile warms about 10 whole degrees, and she stares directly into my eyes.
The human body, in its entirety. Man and woman, nerves and muscles, ranges of motion, stretches, exercises, collaborative positions, associated sensations, exquisitely detailed.
She cocks her head to the side playfully.
Understand?
Oh, fuck. I do?
Good. Go fetch. I need to freshen up. Get ready. Maybe slip into something more comfortable.
I dutifully obey, trying not to slobber, trying not to... Christ, okay, focus. What would Marshall say?
This is the pre-game, player. Don't pull a hammy.
Man, eat shit, Marsh. Hope all the time you spend with sevens will make missing out on this 10 less miserable. I say that, but if I can't find a book with an 11-letter name and a single color cover, she might just ditch me. I pore over every shelf like my life depends on it. My virginity certainly does. I'd probably give one for the other at this point. But after a few minutes of this...
Damien, have you found it?
Not yet. Been looking, just...
Don't worry, I'm sure it's there. I checked before you got here.
If that's the case, then why the hell did you ask me to...
I know. I'll help you find it.
Oh, you don't have to...
But I want to. We'll be going through it together, after all.
Was that a giggle? I think I feel the temperature in the library rising.
Hey.
Her casual greeting falls upon the back of my neck like a warm blanket. Her hands fall upon my shoulders in much the same way. Hey. My reply is barely louder than a whisper. Her hands trail slowly down my back, towards my waist.
It's right here, Damien.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
The fingers of one of her hands sneak beneath my shirt, slithering upward along the length of my spine. Her bare palm follows suit, and her wrist pushes my top up and away, bearing my midsection in one assertive push.
Damien. This will only hurt for a moment.
Huh? What will? I feel a pinch somewhere in my lower back, and the world goes...
Part 2. Hemochrome. Before we begin, I would like to explain to you the entirety of the existence of the universe, and all things in it, large and small, in exhaustive detail. It won't take very long at all. In fact, this will only hurt for a moment. These are the first words, the first lie. Its ink is hemochrome, which darkens as it dries. Learn the color well. Your veins are full of it. When were these words spoken? When the Big Bang spun all reality out of nothingness. When galaxies formed from its dust. When stars formed within those galaxies. When planets formed in the orbit of those stars. When two satellites in our own sun's orbit collided, forming Earth and the Moon. When an icy planetesimal smashed into Earth's surface, liquefying on impact. When life emerged in the warm oceans of its wreckage. When single-celled organisms became multi-celled ones. When the first predator devoured the first prey. When our oldest terrestrial ancestor crawled out of the ocean onto the land in search of new hunting grounds. When Cain killed Abel, if you believe in that sort of thing. And, Damien, it occurs to me, you haven't had to collect samples in the lab yet, have you? It's a distinct experience from dissection. The subjects are alive to start. Let's say you want to examine the embryos within a pregnant rat. The mother is unnecessary, but her death ought to be painless. It's humane, you see. Put her in a small enclosure, flood the enclosure with carbon monoxide, watch very closely, wait for her to stop breathing. Simple. Her embryos are still alive at this point, but death changes the body quickly, so you can't waste time. Stretch her out and open her stomach with scissors. The embryos come out like little grapes, almost bloodless, still alive.
Even their cradle is still warm enough inside to feel through the gloves. They'll die too, before long. But if you did it right, you might learn something. And if you didn't do it right, then a mother and her unborn children died for nothing. So you do it right. You collect all the data you can. You make sure every point of data you collect was worth the lives it cost. That way, you can hold your head high, no matter how blood-soaked your hands are. Necessary sacrifices, obeisant to their caste. Denied their freedom for a brighter future they are not the beneficiaries of. Our world is built upon the masonry of the innocent dead, their empty bodies the bricks, and a gentle lie the mortar. After a certain point, you start to wonder, what's one more? Something feels different. Everything cold. My heart pounding. Sweat. All I feel is my skin. My body returns to me in a slow whisper. My vision first. Everything unnaturally black and blue. The suggestions of a ceiling somewhere through the ocean's veil. A strange reddish color fills the center of my sight, in a shape I can't quite describe, and slowly blooms and fades away, filling my eyes with color once more. Good, she says. You're awake. She pulls at the edge of a bone-white latex glove, taut enough to see her skin beneath, and then releases casually, the latex snapping loudly back to shape. I struggle to respond, but my lungs haven't quite caught up with me. I shiver. Cold. Try not to overdo it, Damien. It'll be a little bit before your strength comes back. Where are we? I ask. The Parsons building, she says with an innocent smile. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. Now that she mentions it, yeah, this is definitely the place. Why? Something turns in my gut. Because it's where I'm going to kill you. She doesn't answer any of my questions. She walks somewhere behind me, humming to herself. I hear the sound of her pressing buttons on something. I try to turn my head, but can't. My eyes can still move, though. I see some kind of machinery on both my left and right sides, details unclear in my periphery. The white nodules attached to me, electrodes, trail off toward one. Wait, that's the EKG machine I helped her move the other day. Huh. When I look down, I see my undressed body. No effort I make to move at all seems to have any effect. Though I'm not restrained, my body feels like it's made of lead. Don't bother, she coos from somewhere close behind me, putting the tips of her fingers on my collarbones. My body remembers the command of her touch, even through gloves. I comply immediately. She lowers her head towards mine, pulling close enough that I feel her breath on my ear. Good boy, she whispers. The words send a thunderbolt down my spine, rallying my heart from its panicked thumping into an eager flutter, subordinate blood vessels here and there stirring to attention. Her gloved fingers trace backwards from my collarbones, up my neck and to my jawline, cradling my head tenderly. I swallow nervously and ask, is this some kind of BDSM thing? A soft giggle in reply. Sure, she says. Let's call it that. I'll explain it to you simply, so there's no room for misunderstanding. she says with an encroaching chill, circling back around to meet my eyes. I was willing to entertain your attempt to insert yourself where you weren't wanted. I thought it was cute. I thought, naively, that you were sincerely interested in making yourself useful for once. Some little part of me was looking forward to it. Without having to do anything at all, another little overeager puppy fell right into my lap. Another fun little project to work on. But you thought you'd take Ollie from me. All that high-minded talk for what? To try and push me out the instant you had a chance? I don't really get it. This roleplay is kind of advanced. It's my first time, Vi. Can we try something more, normal instead? Her brow furrows. No. Her face curls into something that, behind her anger, looks almost like a pout. And don't insult the other sacrifices by calling this roleplay. I am going to kill you. Wait, am I not your first? She laughs darkly in reply. No. Her smile is wicked. I've been refining my technique ever since I got access to this little den. I have plenty of experience. A derisive giggle. I thought you wanted to play with a more mature woman, Damien. Do you expect that sort of knowledge comes from thin air? I guess not. I swallow my boyish disappointment and pivot the conversation. So, could you show me what kind of experience you're talking about? Gladly. Saying this, she withdraws a scalpel from the tool cart nearby, gleaming and pristine. What do you... But before I can finish the question, she draws a line down and across my chest, from my shoulder to my sternum. I yelp in surprise, and she repeats this line on the other side, holding me down with her free hand by my neck. I hear my pulse quicken on the EKG. She makes a third incision, then, from my sternum to my navel. Ow, ow, ow. Damien, I've barely drawn blood. Haven't even cut the muscle fibers yet. Are you going to complain the whole time? I whine quietly in response. That shit stung. People get off on this? Vi, I don't know if this lab rat thing is really working for me. Oh, it will. I look at her with what must be an extremely confused expression, because she continues. Besides the muscle relaxants, I also gave you a little pick-me-up. Muscle relaxants? I recall the library and a pinch on my back, then nothing. Is that what that was? What kind of pick-me-up? She smiles. Trade secret. She takes another alcohol wipe from her tool cart and drags it slowly over the fresh incisions. It feels like having the broadside of a red-hot knife pulled across my chest, raising the surface of my skin as it passes. I suck in air through my teeth. So sensitive, she coos. Her voice is like rainfall, gently washing away the momentary heat. My heart skips a beat, but returns with fervor. I squirm beneath her shadow. With some smug satisfaction in her face, her gaze wanders back over her shoulder and mine follows, as best as I'm able, towards something near my thighs. See? She asks, her eyes slowly following the cuts on my abdomen back up towards my eyes. It's working. Guess she must have had the same idea about deciding to enjoy this that I did. The burn of the chest incisions and subsequent wipe down is already fading. I can work with... Damien. There's a question in her call, her voice darkening a step. You're a good boy, right? The goosebumps on my skin reply for me. I thought so. For this next part, I'm going to need you to be absolutely silent. Okay? I do my best to nod in assent, soundless. Good boys get treats, Damien. You're a good boy, right? I am. One of her hands presses against one of mine, fingers pinning it to the table. A delicate strength, wielded only against absolute submission. She uses no force at all. In her other hand is a scalpel. She lowers it out of my sight, toward my wrist, calculating some distance and angle in thoughtful silence, and then... The first bite occurs somewhere at the back side of my thumb, close to the wrist. The blade pushes through my skin like water, its approach clear and unobstructed, and in one clean cut severs my radial nerve. My eyes shoot wide open, utterly blind to any sensation, and my teeth dig hard into the insides of my cheeks. An instantaneous and almighty pain, as loud as a point-blank lightning strike and every bit as searingly bright. It could only be the voice of God. The second bite repeats the first, having turned with cold malice toward the other side of my thumb, and in one clean cut severs my median nerve. Still reeling from the first, I bite down even harder. Something warm fills my throat. Tastes like metal. I must have torn the insides of my cheeks open. My teeth grind. Mouth full of blood as it is, I could not scream even if I wanted to. It could only be a condemnation, a castigation, a curse. The third bite arrives with no less mercy and no more delay. Moving across the base of the palm, it strikes somewhere between the base of the pinky and the wrist, and in one clean cut severs my ulnar nerve. Agony without form or name, ancient and conceptual, certainly divine, and as all ancient divinities are, boundless in its cruelty. My central nervous system mourns my hand, which cannot be reached and is certainly dead. The thresholds upon which the calls stop and crackle and pop like sparks dancing on the surface of gasoline, blazes igniting where they land, stretching out, onward and forever, into a plane of suffering from which there is no escape. I could only be dead, and this could only be hell. Vi says something to me, but I cannot hear it. Something in her face changes, but I cannot see it. My senses fade under oppressive noise. I feel the warmth of vomit in my throat as I black out. Welcome back, Damien. My senses flip back on like a light switch, but it's a moment before I begin processing them again. Sight and hearing come first, desperate as I am to see another human, any person at all, even or especially if it's Vi. That carnivorous smile of hers has an esteem for me in it that I don't think I have ever in my lifetime seen another human direct at me. You've been an exceptionally good boy, Damien. My veins throb in response. Maybe I really am stupid. And exceptionally good boys get the good stuff. Her gloved hands reach to my arm, above where she... My eyes travel downward first, encountering the breathing mask that's now on my face, obstructing my vision of my torso. I'm too numb to care. This may as well be happening. My gaze then bounces off to the side, towards my dead hand, which honestly looks fine besides the bloody bandages. I can see my pulse twitching in it just a little. Further up my arm, around where her gloved fingers rest, is an IV tube, which connects to a machine just far enough in my periphery to not be identifiable.
Feeling better?
She asks. I feel a little itchy. I try to tell her, but I can't move my mouth.
Don't actually answer that question. Besides the breathing mask, you did a number on the inside of your mouth. Had to pack it pretty tight with gauze. Best not to try and talk.
Seems like reasonable advice to me. I don't want to talk, or think, or stand. I don't think I ever want to leave this table. My bare body, covered in sweat, is cold again. I wish she would throw a blanket over me and let me sleep. I wish she'd crawl in next to me and...
You passed the first test with flying colors, by the way. Not one peep. Bit the tip of your tongue off, even. Any further back and... well...
She chuckles at the implication.
You did also throw up all over yourself. Not very cute of you to make me clean all that up, but not against the rules either. So, it's acceptable. We all have room for improvement. Now, shall we begin the main event?
Huh? What the hell has all this been so far, then? I hear her exhale through her nose, as though expelling some feverish thought. She repeats the torso incisions from earlier precisely, though I cannot feel them at all. Her hands move slower, as though cutting through deeper tissue. Didn't she already cut this once? She parts something with her hands. She must see something she likes.
Damien.
There's a song in her voice that sets my heart on fire.
You've been holding out on me. These are...
Her hands reach delicately outward towards my chest to caress something softly. It barely registers over the anesthesia.
Oh, right,
she says suddenly, her stare coming back to me.
You can't see anything over that breathing mask, can you?
I do my best to shake my head no.
Well, how do I put this? You have the prettiest guts I've ever seen.
Just like that, she returns to her delicate prodding. I want to ask her if she thinks that's a normal or good thing to say to someone, but then I don't think I could move my mouth if I wanted to. It's feeling pretty tightly shut. And then I feel a tickle in my stomach.
Damien, I wish you could see this, she whines. Your intestines are so gorgeous. Bubblegum pink and glistening. I could just...
And she interrupts herself to wiggle her fingers in the gaps between my intestinal tract. I feel like there's worms crawling in my gut. She giggles, awkward and girlish. I had no idea she had such a cute side to her underneath all the scowling she's always doing. And then something catches her eye.
Damien, I need to see your heart right now.
She announces this to me as though offering me an opportunity to react, but I cannot speak or meaningfully resist, so I just sort of lay there quietly. And without hesitation, she starts sawing through my sternum. I feel awkward as I watch her work, her eyes set somewhere both beyond and within me. After a few moments, she spreads my ribs open, a muffled, wet crack. Even through the anesthetic, it feels tremendously weird. She stares down at my open chest. Her gloved hands descend with intent, fingertips pressing into my lungs, cupping and almost threatening to squeeze, mapping their contours with rapt attention. And, delicately, she spreads them aside. I can almost see my heart reflected in her eyes. She stares with naked desire and gently prods it with a finger. A dull, quiet ache radiates through my whole chest and subsides as she pulls the finger away. She touches it again, slowly, more gently, and traces its shapes, riding its expansions and contractions like a wave. It feels like butterflies filling my chest cavity, from up, their wings at rest, gently twitching. My whole body feels like soda fizz, carbonation hissing. Is this the anesthetic? A little moan escapes the gauze packing my mouth shut. I think she won't notice through my breathing mask, but she notices. She looks at me thoughtfully, and then back and over shoulder again. I can't follow her gaze over the breathing mask, and the anesthetic makes it difficult for me to know for sure what she sees. A devious sort of look settles onto her face, though, which gives me a pretty good idea.
Damien,
a breathy whisper.
Do you feel this?
I watch her shoulder, which seems to be moving, but I feel nothing.
Long, slow blink for no, 2 quick ones for yes.
I close my eyes for a few seconds. She hums, considering something, and then she reaches over to one of the machines and presses a button a few times. There.
We'll start at half and see how you do.
Half? Half what? It creeps up on me slowly. I feel a draft in my stomach. I feel my ribs ache in the wrong place. That fizzy feeling suffusing my body turns hot, like TV static transforming into a swarm of ants before your very eyes. I think they are eating me alive. Her eyes wander, surveying my writhing body. I groan through my gag, hoping she'll take pity on me. She ignores me for a moment, before looking me in the eyes.
Now, let's try that again.
She leans over me like a pianist at her keys. One of her hands slides inside my open chest cavity. Its fingers glide along the fibers of my intercostal muscles, then to my exposed ribs and my cracked sternum. She teases the opened bone with a flick, which still feels like a hammer strike through the lower dose of anesthetic. The other, oh, I see. Unable to look down past my breathing mask, my eyes look to her. Her eyes are cast down towards her work, but they shift to meet mine for a moment. That wicked smile on her face hasn't subsided at all. I can feel the warmth of her hands through those latex gloves, digits slick and wet. I try not to think too hard about what substance that might be. My breath catches in my throat. The first hand squeezes a lung, gently. I cough. I try to focus on what the other hand is doing. Sensations familiar to me. I can feel my own heartbeat in my neck. She feels it too, with the first hand, teasing an artery with her fingertips. The inside of my chest is on fire. Focus, focus, focus. The sounds from the EKG speed up, and she... Crushing pain. The first hand closes around my heart just gently enough that it can't expand. I can feel tears in my eyes. I try to scream, but it dies in my mouth, swallowed up by wet gauze and reopening mouth wounds.
Focus on me, Damien.
Focus, focus, focus. Shut out the pain, shut out the cold, focus. Follow her fingertips, know them by position. Follow the lines they trace, up and down. Ignore, Ignore the feeling of the other hand in my open chest cavity, positioned to pinch an artery shut. Follow the curve and weight of her palm, the pressure, the squeeze. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I can feel it. I'm so close. But she stops. I can feel my body burning around me, and she stops. Please don't stop. Please don't stop. I don't care if I die. Just please. Damien, she whispers, with palpable worry lurking in her voice. You wouldn't happen to be violently allergic to latex, would you? What does that have to do with any... Anaphylaxis, right at the finish line. Honestly, so close to perfection. A fly in the ointment. What's worse is you never even brought it up. Was I supposed to know? Did you expect me to notice that you only ever used nitrile gloves in the lab? Well, I did, but I assumed it was poor taste on your part, as so many things are with you. You probably didn't even know you were allergic, and just picked nitrile because latex doesn't feel as nice or something. I can hear you saying it with perfect clarity. Stupid asshole. I could always see it, you know, the way your eyes strained at me, wishing you could see beneath my clothes. The way your brain revved full power, imagining what Ollie was shaped like underneath hers. The way you schemed. You believed, sincerely, that you brought anything to the table that would make anyone want you. And you believed both of us did. Was it pride? Greed? Simple delusion? Who's to say? I could see all of you. Every wretched little impulse. Every firing neuron. But you never saw anything. You never noticed the way she never once looked at you with any desire. You never noticed that she had no more affection for you than any other classmate. You never noticed that she only had eyes for me. You never noticed that the pick-me-up thing was a complete lie. That one, admittedly, was surprising. I thought I was clever when I started using that line. You're allowed to enjoy it is just so forward. I couldn't imagine it working on anyone, so I dolled it up. A little trick. If you did enjoy it, it would have been because diabolical me forced you to. I didn't want any of the others to doubt their impulses. But I had begun to reconsider it. It never worked, not even once. So, why did it work on you? Are you really that stupid? Do you want to die? If so, you're so close to everything you want. You have been for a while now. You remember a few weeks back? You walked to the campus store through the woods past midnight in 40-degree weather and rain for God only knows what stupid fucking reason. You were in some gossamer thin t-shirt and sweatpants too big to sit right on your waistline, and you were soaked to the bone and... Standing there in the unfeeling white light, shivering, miserable. You couldn't even tell, could you? The way you looked, that plaintive face, the gentle line of simple muscle following your jaw to your sharp little collarbones, the pale, wet skin, the soft, undeveloped pectorals, the contours of your rib cage and iliac crest framing your tender stomach. I knew right then. I knew where this was all going to end. My car's warmer than this. I can drive you back to the dorms. You can dry off on the way. I would have said something like that. You'd have agreed, of course. Clearly, you'd do anything I asked as long as I paid attention to you. You're so easy to please in that way. It's both your cutest and most contemptible quality. I think I would have f***ed you in the back seat before anything else. I was feeling impatient. we wouldn't have left the parking lot. I'd have taken you back to the Parsons, even if I had to drag you, and then I'd kill you. And I'd strap you to this table and you up and with what I found in you. And if you were still alive after all that, then I'd you. I could have done it in any order, honestly, so long as I didn't leave any meat on the table. But there was a witness. Last person to see you alive is a bad look. So instead, I decided to wait. I've gotten very used to waiting for people to play catch-up. Just another fun little way you keep reminding me of her. Olivia wanted my companionship. I gave it. She gave hers in return, which was nice. She was free-spirited and joyful then. She wears a collar now. I had this dog. No, I still don't really want to talk about it. She could tell the story better. I barely remember the specifics anymore. Not to say the dog didn't matter to me, but the mind has a way of filtering out unactionable sources of pain. It was a simple tragedy, the kind that happens to everyone. Tragedy just means that the forces which caused something to happen are intractable. Everything that has ever happened is a tragedy. Do you know why we use rats so often in the lab? I mean, yes, because rodents are small and easy to feed and prolific breeders and all that, but why rats? When you do this long enough, you start to develop an encyclopedic knowledge of how combative certain species are. Some mice bite and scratch more than others. They're all wild animals. But a rat is an urban scavenger. Any meals it gets are won from the trash or the gutter or your pantry. They can't afford to be afraid of you. And humans don't like eating or even touching rats. It's an ecological adaptation. A rat instinctively knows humans aren't their predators. So, they often don't mind being touched, being held. They might even like it. That's why you pick a rat when you have your choice. They are very easy to kill. They don't bother to fight back. Their bones snap so easily it's like they want you to kill them. They think it's all fun and games right up until it's not. You collect the data. You look down at your blood-stained hands. You hold your head high. This will only hurt for a moment. He's stable, for now, but not too stable. Shame. If he'd managed to finish, I might have sewn him up and taken him home. Painkillers and antibiotics, plenty of bed rest. I'd have to tie him down so he didn't get any ideas about running. Keep his mouth shut, too. Sutures? Staples? And then, when he felt better, I could bring him back here and do it all over again. Not every day you get such an obedient puppy. But, as he is, it took everything I had to keep his head above water. The lab's whole stock of antihistamines, cortisone, albuterol, plus some of the neighboring labs, too. Really glad the pharmacology students are so lackadaisical with their leftovers. Luckily, I keep an EpiPen on me for Ollie. I think most of the epinephrine in the building already got cleared out. If I couldn't find any, he would have... Well, I suppose it wouldn't matter to him. But there's still something I need that he can't give me if he's dead. I was really hoping this would last longer. Between the anaphylaxis and the work I've already done, he's barely hanging in there. If I got him to a hospital, he might make it through the night. But that's not happening. Killing him is the point. I'm not about to renege on that now. His eyes flutter open, slowly and weakly, like coming out of a pleasant dream. Tough luck, boy. You're not quite through yet. He looks over at me with a look warmer and softer than I probably deserve. His eyes unfocus for a second. He's still flagging. Do it right. Collect all the data you can. Make it count. Hold your head high. I look down at my hands. The black nitrile gloves are spotless. Damien. I intone his name without emotion, clear and dark. He responds to this tone best. His eyes refocus as he turns his gaze to me. He awaits my command, obedient and purposeful. His pale skin glistens with cold sweat under the light of the operating table, a bright red Y on his chest, loosely clipped closed. Laying down like this, the ridges and curves of his musculoskeletal system slide gently beneath his skin, his chest rising and falling with measured breaths. He reminds me a little of her. She'd look beautiful like this too. I shake the thought loose. You remember what I told you earlier, right, Damien? 2 quick blinks. That I brought you here to kill you. 2 quick blinks. I'm going to do that now. 2 quick blinks. He watches me as I open him up again. His skin and muscles are soft, and my fingers part them easily. It feels almost as nice as his insides do. His heart rate stirs a little. It's slower than I'd like. He's still only on the half dose of anesthetic. I don't think I'd be able to wake him if he wasn't, and I need him awake. I don't have the time to waste on clinical distance. I pull the anesthetic machine a little closer to the table so I can reach it more easily, and I climb on top of him, straddling his waist. The EKG's tempo spikes. I think I see an ectopic beat on the readout timed to the instant I got into position. That's what I wanted to hear. Something familiar throbs in his lap, greeting me. Down, boy. You're not getting that lucky. I lean forward over him, a scalpel in one hand, and meet his eyes. Damien. His eyes remain focused. This will only hurt for a moment. His stare is resolute, then 2 quick blinks. I know how I'm going to do this. I wasted a lot of time pulling him back from the brink. Something too messy would take too long to clean. Something too slow would take too long to kill. I think he'll only last a few minutes at most, so I need something decisive. I unfasten his breathing mask and toss it to the side. I put a finger to his lips to demand his continued silence, but he makes no movement to speak. He watches me intently. I lean forward and kiss him on the lips. For just a moment, I hear his heart flutter on the EKG, data I won't be able to collect later. All I taste is dry blood and saliva. That settled, I return to my upright position. I reach over and turn off the anesthesia machine. And then, pressing down on the space between his collarbones with my free hand, I bring my scalpel down and puncture each lung. His reaction is muted at first. He still has enough anesthetic in his system to dull the shock of the punctures, though he does exhale at the pain. He does not realize that in the space of a few breaths, he's collapsed his lungs. This veil will lift very soon. The scalpel's roll complete, I toss it aside and lean forward to meet Damien's eyes. I pull close, laying on top of his open chest cavity, feeling the warmth of his insides through my rapidly reddening sweater. He bucks his hips against me with what little force he can manage, the struggling impulse of a dying animal. Even on the precipice of death, he's desperate to fuck me. It's fine. I don't want to pretend either. This is the part I enjoy most. I grind against him in reply. The finale is approaching, and when it arrives, I want to... And that's when I hear it. The beginnings of death rattle. A sharp, wet, shuddering inhale. His blocked mouth and open lungs create an indescribable sound as he breathes in vain. He does his best to keep his eyes on me, but his face contorts and reddens in agony. I pull my face close to his, to see him more fully, to hear the pained and useless passage of air through his nostrils. It won't be long at all, the bloom of his death. I put my forehead to his. Our noses touch. He writhes beneath me. Focus on me, Damien. Breathy intonation, quiet, from the back of my throat. His eyes focus on mine again. I like him best like this, as a collection of learned behaviors. Can you feel it? His desperate movements are getting shallower and weaker as the panic in his eyes increases. I pick up the slack. Typical. I rest one hand near his neck as the other slips beneath my waistband. I find I am enjoying this more than I expected or realized. I chase a little moan out of myself unexpectedly with precious little effort. He perks up a little. He doesn't have much more left in him at this point. Damien. The words leave me in whispers between my gasps. I need you to die for me. Understand? His trembling eyes stare through me, unblinking. Perhaps comprehension is beyond him now. Or perhaps he can see it coming into view. Come on, come on. I shudder. Die for me, Damien. I need you to die. Die. It takes an hour or two afterward. I clean the surfaces with bleach wipes. I put the machines away. The discarded tools go into the waste receptacle. My blood-stained clothes go into the body bag with the cadaver. They'll all need to be burned. I keep a change of outfit in the lab for this exact reason. Not the first time it's come in handy. Probably not the last, but who knows? My youthful indiscretions discreetly filed away. My respectable image maintained just like that. I get to return to the quiet day-by-day of a hard-working grad student, an utterly normal woman. I get to live another day. The safety shower is cold. I think about him for a moment, oxytocin swirling through my blood, painting my memories rose-colored. I think about the light leaving his eyes. I hold the memory close. I think about her for a moment, oxytocin swirling. I think about her. I stop. I clean thoroughly. My future is written in hemochrome, which darkens as it dries. Graduation, career, marriage, childbirth, death. This will only hurt for a moment. And thank you for watching. Goodbye.